All right, so thank you all for coming. uh, so, well, first let's just kind of do a quick recap, just so everyone's on the same page here.
No, you.
Yeah,
Uh,
let's skip that.
what? Okay, fine. If you
What?
no
But if we
inspiration for
skip that, I'm
anyone,
going to be asking questions.
yeah.
No inspiration?
Well, I mean, if no one wants to recap, fine. I mean, jeez,
Oh,
Well,
I will recap.
you'll recap.
wait.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So we met people who are cursed to turn into animals, and it's apparently a spell that is maintained by a strong sorcerer or wizard, and this wizard or sorcerer is the lord of the place, uh, right?
hmm
Yes,
Well, Lord,
and
one of the noble
one
lords.
of yeah, one of the noble lords. Yes, and instead of fighting these cursed creatures that were stealing from the house, we decided to have a talk. And apparently they went through shit, like a lot of shit. But we understood their cause and agreed to not just leave them in peace, but also help them.
hmm
So everyone suggested a way. Some were controversial, some were, more logical. Uh, and yeah, also we decided that Geth decided that he will hunt for some wolves and bring their heads to the lord of the house and tell him that these wolves are the ones who stole from his place. I think we are supposed to do this today or this session.
hmm
Also, yes, Tara suggested, Akio suggested we call this weird assassin thief thingy that the lady that disappeared and reappear again, and yeah, have her on a mission. What was the mission again? I remember a few bits. Akio.
Yeah. The mission for the rogues was essentially to check on the possibility of papers of looking for a possible cure and how they turn them, and actually finding possibly a blackmailing material for themselves so they could get Lord Ming into trouble.
Yep. And we have met. Basically, this is what we agreed upon with the people who turned into beasts. We also discovered that they were slaves, or sorry, enslaved, and they told us a bit of their story. There was like a huge argument. Akio showed that she doesn't know shit about the real world, and we
Whoa!
I mean,
Wow.
Damn!
Repeat that.
Just
and yeah,
Repeat that.
and
Sorry, I missed that.
what?
I don't know. Do you want? Do you?
no.
It's gone. So we went back, told them like, "See you later, alligators," and they got offended because
They're not
anyways,
alligators.
and
True.
yeah, they're not alligators. Uh, we met the rogue lady in the inn, and she was really interested. That she said she'll do that for free. Uh, I tried to do an insight on her, seeing it for free. If it's too good to be true, it's Akio. So we said, okay, okay, okay. Uh, let's go with that. And where else? Where else? Where else? I think we stopped at there, right? Yo.
Um, I think that's pretty good. Um, anyone else have anything they would like to add?
Let me
Mm,
try. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Get.
What?
Was there anything you want to add?
No, not really, no.
Everyone, okay. All right, go ahead and
All right.
take inspiration for yourself.
Woohoo! I thought I was gonna butcher it, but yeah,
It's like,
that's
woohoo! I'm never gonna use this.
Until you fuck up and want to use it.
And you forgot
Damn
that you have it, then
straight.
you keep going.
All right. So, with that, you guys kind of have all kind of gathered around. It's kind of like in well, are still kind of gathered around in this kind of hidden kind of basement area that the rogues that you've guys contacted use as kind of like a one of their multiple meeting places where they have different types of documents and maps set up of the city. And having kind of discussed a bit with the lady that Akio contacted, let me double check her name here, Amari. She kind of wishes, will ask you all to kind of take your leave of the place, as she'll be contacting her men and having them getting ready for an infiltration run. But before she kind of leaves, she will just kind of ask you all, it's like, well, before I go and leave you all to, well, whatever you do, what is that? Oh, that's you, Amir.
Oh yeah, wait, I'll,
I can
I'll
hear you.
silence mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
Unwrapping
getting
something?
ready to go back. Yeah,
Yeah.
getting ready to go back home.
Okay. Yeah, just mute yourself until you're done.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So, yes. Anyway, well, I'm going to get inform my men of what we're going to be doing. I would like you all to, well, probably discuss and figure out the parameters of this mission that you want to hire us for. Like, basically figure out what it is you want us to do exactly and what we can't do. That way we don't cross any lines that we shouldn't cross that would upset you. I want you to get exactly what you pay for.
I think that whatever helps the local people is what we both want.
Oh, of course, but good intentions and being a good Samaritan doesn't keep, well, the candle lights on. Or food in our bellies.
Doesn't
Don't
the
kill the
fire
children.
keep the light on? Hello?
We won't be killing any children. We don't do that. I meant,
Wait, hold up. Where did the killing of children come in here? Hello?
oh,
What the fuck?
she'll gesture to Akio. Well, she here mentioned it.
She did ask about, possible limitations.
Yes, so if we are allowed to kill any problems that may arise during the sneaking and entering, uh, well, that is fine. We have done it before. But if you don't want this to be more of a clean in and out, well, that can be arranged as well.
No killing whatsoever. If you have to, knock them out, but no killing.
Alright. That may
But
cost
where have we ever do that?
that may cost a little bit extra then, as we will have to, well, replenish our supplies afterwards. We do have some good concoctions that can, well, give someone a good slumber for a few hours.
I thought we agreed that this was gonna be pro bono.
Yes, of course, but as I said, we have some overhead to cover. That's why I'm asking now. So, if we do this the quiet and, well, less bloody way, it won't be very much. It'll just cost about, let's see, at least 10 gold to cover our supplies, I'm guessing, if everything goes smoothly.
What a coincidence!
I'm going to go to Clay and whisper to his ear, Kiros, can they at least kill the guards? If necessary.
We don't know who's innocent or who's bad in there. I'd rather this be clean, innocent, and if we find out anyone is working with them, we'll discuss that later. For all we know, there could be just guards working there because they have to feed family, and then we kill them. I'm not holding that on my conscience. This is a no matter discussion with me.
I guess we're trying for the least damage here, but we would definitely like to find the location of the green man and the recipe he used for creating these awful, awful, dangerous beings that are threatening all of the people and economy and creating undue burden on anyone wandering in the shadows.
She just kind of just waves her hands and yes, yes. Don't have to give me the whole runaround spiel. It sounds more like you're interested in this concoction or whatever it is. If you want it for yourself, that's fine. I don't care.
What no?
Anyway,
We would definitely not want to get that to the wrong hands.
well, the right hands can become the wrong hands very easily.
Well,
Why
seems like
two?
there's a lot of planning bullshit going on here, so I'll just take Ryu and we'll go collect our bounty, then you can do your whatever the fuck you're doing.
Now, now,
Before
before you go off, big man, why don't we coordinate our endeavors here? You go and collect your bounty the same time we go breaking in.
Oh yes, so if everything goes wrong, we're also involved. What a great idea.
You know, you're a bit more of a distraction. I'm sure you probably didn't notice the last time you were there, but, well, one of my men reported that the guards kept a very close eye on you. You, being a very, she kind of looks you up and down, imposing figure, they felt very threatened with you there. Weren't
He
quite.
gets kind of like seems almost get an idea like he's gonna go. How much is this worth to you?
She kind of is like smirks a sly smile. How much do you charge?
Depends. Maybe instead, if you want to cooperate, you lower the price for my little companions here and see what we can do.
Fine. May cut into our profit a bit, but how about a 30% discount?
Don't know how much that would be, but I'll take it.
For numbers for you, if let's say it was gonna cost you 10 gold, it would now only cost you 7.
Okay, seems good.
Alright. Well then, I'm going to go inform my men that we are doing a clean B&E, and then getting in, securing the path for any of you that would like to come in and check it out, and get out. Sound good?
Why don't I come along?
Well, as long as you don't mess around with the actual, reward part, that would be really appreciated.
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything to harm these things, but
What harm? I'm
can-
saying you don't come with us where we're gonna collect our fucking prize.
I meant, why don't I follow Scarlet?
Okay, that's better.
Sorry, I meant Amari.
She nods. If that is what you wish, then that can be arranged.
I will be behind, and I will not get in your way, and I will just, observe.
That would be for the best, because we do not want you to get caught up in what we do. It'd be very
Oh,
bad.
that would be.
Be very
Yeah,
bad
that
for
would be
you.
really bad. Oh no.
Well then,
So, anyone else got objections? Ryu? Clay? Forgot the name, sorry.
Jennifer?
which,
Arashi?
No objections.
Not yet. Hey!
so
Alright.
so just the redhead here is coming with us then, or did you have anyone
Yes.
else that you wanted to come along?
Out
Let's
of
do
character, who's good at investigation?
Not me.
I'll be honest. I think many of us aren't good at it. I know for sure
Isn't
Clay is.
investigation intelligence?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone in the party is good with that shit.
yeah, we have a lot of dum
Um,
dums.
I think I'm going to have to leave my sword behind and make a wizard.
Yes, she will have to do that.
Oh,
Whatever.
Sorry,
she
what'd you
said.
say, Robo Jen?
You might want to update your
I'm-
software there, bud.
No, I'm going to have to leave the sorcerer behind and make a wizard.
Oh no.
Oh no, that would suck. Don't do it. But what would you play though?
Just redo your sorcerer
I
with
play
it.
a wizard.
Can
Play a wizard.
Jen,
There,
don't
fuck
evade
you.
taxes. Don't evade taxes, Jen.
Don't evade the
Alright,
taxes.
alright.
I'll play.
By the
play
way,
a
Peter,
high
we're
Alright,
We're
so
going for
I'm
an
going
award.
alone then.
no, you wanna come?
well, that's not related to the mission, but sure, buddy. Maybe in the evening.
You're staying behind.
I can help.
Remind me, does Namiro clank? Or is he dexterous?
Well, he's a cleric, yeah, so he probably
Uh,
clanks.
Yeah, I guess that's up to I guess Namiro. Yeah, Namiro, is he wearing medium or heavy armor?
Medium.
Medium.
It's
what
depending
kind?
on the medium armor. It's still
Oh,
what armor are you using?
he's wearing scale mail, so he does have disadvantage on his stealth checks.
Yep.
Okay, Namiro, you can join, but only if you get naked. I mean, if you get rid of the armor.
Strength thing.
He still has
Aye.
clothes underneath.
I changed my mind.
Oh no, the horny ruined the plan again.
He's 17,
Is it
just
a-
so you know. He's a minor. You sick bastard! You biddle!
Quit.
You're thinking minor in your country, not in this country.
Just so we don't just
Just
so whatever cosmic forces there are, I don't want to get canceled. So, yeah, let's just say for brevity's sake here, legal age for consent is 18.
Thank you.
What? Here is 16 or 15, I think.
That's like
God,
Germany
15?
shit.
That's sick.
That's
Sorry,
that's Germany. I think
you know what?
16 is Germany.
That's not sick.
Well,
This is
I mean,
Germany.
I think like for two consenting people of like the same age or like near same age, like for
Same
America,
college.
it's like 16 as well. But
No, I'm
see
pretty
it
sure
we-
it's
There you
18.
go.
No, is it? No, it's 18 in America.
It's
And then the drinking
18.
age is, yeah, it's 18, and then for some reason the drinking age is 21 or some stupid shit.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Actually, for the United States, it depends on the state you are in. But thank you very much for that.
You
But
also
anyway,
have to be
skipping
at least
that-
a year or older than the person. But yes, let's not get into logistics, please.
yeah, let's not get into
Nah.
that into illegal legality stuff here.
Yeah.
Just 2 months, Namiro, just 2 months.
What the fuck?
Okay, I will smite
Oh.
freaking Arashi at this point.
All
Come
right,
on, Arashi.
so a magic item
If we're both crying.
a magic item drops out of the sky for each of you except for Akio. It's called the bonk stick. Person hit with this
The horny
stick,
jail.
if they are horny, they will go to horny jail.
Why am I
There's
getting
a
hit with a
big flaw
bomb
with this
stick?
technique.
Oh no, everyone
Not
everyone
you, Akio.
everyone but
Everyone-
Akio's getting one. So if you can bonk Akio. If
Oh, I
she's
got it.
happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you don't understand.
got
The more
grit.
people you count, the more horny people are in one single place. Do you know what it's gonna create? You fool!
Returning back to the game. Namiro, you can join if you are leaving the armor behind.
And he looks at the rest of you guys.
Where are your
Like,
fucking
you
choice?
guys are coming.
Nope.
I actually have few
taking-
things to do here.
I'm taking the pink man Ryu here. We're gonna collect our prize, and then we're gonna come back here probably. Hopefully, if none of you fuck up majorly, and we don't have to save you.
She's going on a stealth mission, Namiro, which means you have to be very careful not to get noticed and things like that.
And your armor is very loud.
Yes, and our armor can tend to be very loud.
Oh, okay.
Especially the
Yeah,
one
no.
of the foreign design.
What?
I'm not
Mine is
changing
not
it if that's where
foreign.
you're going with this.
You're the one with the foreign design.
Had to try. Sorry, Clay. Dearie.
Yeah, I
Boring.
decided no.
When
Oh,
the
I
fuck do we
will,
go to collect our award? This is getting boring.
Amari's just kind of looking at this going on. It's like, right, well, make sure to be decided by the time we get back.
I mean, I'm already decided I wanna go now, but I'm held back by you because we made a fucking agreement, so you better fucking start thinking.
Okay,
Yes, well,
okay, Ryu, Geth, go.
Can you be
Well, we
ready by
can't go
noon?
because you see. Oh, but I promised the morning though, so
When can you be ready, Scarlet?
it's Amari, dear. Don't know why you're calling me Scarlet.
well, she tends to mispronounce other people's names, so that's the kind of thing she does.
She likes
It's with your
nicknames, apparently.
personality.
Well, my personality is not scarlet. It's more black.
Ooh. I don't know
So-
where you have to bring in the
Hey.
race here, but okay.
No, I mean,
City
I mean
boy.
ebony,
Maybe-
like the night.
Oh.
Maybe you should visit me tonight, and maybe I can convince you otherwise.
What the
Twilight.
Sorry, dear, but I have a strict policy of not mixing business with pleasure.
I thought you're one of those.
Maybe
I thought you
You
like
should
the
learn
fucking
from you.
assassin. I thought the assassin types actually took pleasure from doing all this, sneak bullshit or whatever.
I mean emotional pleasure.
Is there a difference?
There is. There's the
Oh.
physical pleasures, carnal pleasures. I could go on and on, but there are many innocent ears here that I don't think wants to hear that. She kind of
Innocent
look.
I can
Dear, no
promise
shit.
you.
She kind of looks over
I
at
can
as you
promise you.
see. As she kind of looks over and sees like coming down from the staircase, a little goblin girl, just kind of tiredly rubbing her eyes.
I can
Oh,
promise
it's-
you. I would be all professional about it.
Well, it seems like our little leader has woken up, so it seems like it would be a time for you to leave then.
Why did we
Why?
bring the goblin girl, by the way? Why here?
That's because she's the leader. You what kind of fucking
You
question
guys
is
are-
that?
Okay, out of character. Out of character. She cannot be here because this is a hidden portion of the thing.
No, you guys went back upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take out 7 gold out of my pouch and slide it over.
Amari will swipe it up and just kind of toss the coins in there and catch them. Thank you very much. We
When
shall
can you be ready?
give us 30 minutes.
Okay. Can we meet you by the tavern? I'll not meet the fucking Entrance.
Meet us a couple blocks away.
The fuck's a block?
It's
I'll lead you.
yes, thank you. See you then. And she
Okay.
will kind of just just like very like smooth stride her way out of the establishment.
Okay, does everyone in this group, says Akio, have to ruin a bit of my fun?
Well, we don't really know what your fun is, so we can't ruin it if we don't know it's fun.
6.
That's why I looks at them. You're like, what the fuck? Dude,
Did just Namiro say that?
No, I don't
No,
dude,
no.
that just slammed
Not
the ball
in the
like,
middle.
"Hey, 6."
Not never.
That would be brilliant if Namiro actually said that.
Ryu just kind of shrugs and goes, "Pinka, Pinka, Pinka, Ryu."
I'm
Oh,
pretty sure
my
Rick was here, but he's muted. So.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry.
Wow, Carlos.
Sorry, I didn't know you were here.
Wow.
I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry.
Well, that's
God,
embarrassing,
that's
isn't
brilliant.
it?
Is this what happens when I'm not here?
I didn't
I
see
turn
you.
out Pokemon?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
no, you are. You are in the list. Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to.
I forgot Fable was the one that couldn't be in the game list. Whoopsie!
Also,
know here in the call, bro.
You're in the call, but just not in the Foundry game. I got. Oh.
completely oblivious. Holy shit!
Woo! Sorry.
Oh my God.
It's been something of the past couple days. For anyways.
Back as actually, I'm gonna ask Gev actually. Hey Gev,
Hmm.
what happened to the rest of the wolf?
Why do you ask?
I thought I might make it in dinner.
From a fucking wolf? Are you crazy, woman?
Well, the meat is a bit stringy, but you know, it's still
It's like
usable.
that. You do not hunt wolves for their meat. You hunt wolves for their fur.
It's still meat.
Not really, no.
Hold on, I'll be
Plus
right
there
back.
are
guys.
livers, kidneys, heart.
No.
Akio, I have a
Especially not in
question.
this land. I'm not sure if your wolves are the same as mine, so I wouldn't risk it.
She gets apprehensive and looks at Clay. Yes, Clay?
Have you ever eaten monster meat? I've heard some people do that. I was curious if you've ever tried it.
Honestly, it depends on what you call monster, but I would have to say yes.
Like,
At certain,
um,
at certain times, I had to eat different kinds of meat that has been from. Well, I don't want to get into this too much, but essentially, I'm on the road for a long time, so you know, it is what it is.
It is what
No,
it
I
is.
was
What it is.
It
I was just wondering, like say an owl bear, or something like that. You know, something simple like that.
Yes.
Okay. I was
A
just
bull
curious.
wolf, an owl bear, a bear wolf,
A bear wolf.
a raccoon wolf, a
I'd
raccoon
love to
beaver.
see that now. Oh god.
A dragon wolf.
No, no dragon wolf.
Turtle
But,
wolf.
you know,
I'm back.
yeah, turtles are quite tasty actually.
Wolf spider.
No wolf spiders.
Yeah, no, those things are fucking terrifying.
Yes, they are.
When you're on the road for a long time and sometimes you go hungry, you have to. Why do you ask?
Fable?
Yes.
She asked why do you ask if she eats monster meat? Or has eaten
mo-
monster meat.
Because of your mom.
Most.
Oh my god. No, it was just general curiosity on Clay's part, honestly. Just because he's heard stories back home of adventurers doing that, and he was curious if he could meet someone who does that, or has done that. I mean, you know,
I
people
will
have
tell you,
weird exotic tastes.
this was not about taste. This was about survival. But I can tell you something. One thing you should always know about eating such monster meat is that you should always avoid the poisonous bits,
Hmm.
and it's always about the spices.
Makes sense.
I got this wonderful concoction of 11 herbs and spices. That can,
My
that
gosh.
can make almost anything taste wonderful.
So while this is going on, Akio comes over to anyone else who wants to escape from this conversation and asks what's going on.
I mean, me. Nothing.
That's weird.
Good day to you,
We're
leader.
done.
How is your sleep?
She's kind of looks at you all, just kind of still rubbing her eyes. You can see that her eyes are kind of red, like she's been crying recently.
For what? About what? Fucking pussy, how dare you? This is a strong group, goddammit.
She's just kind of like, I had a bad dream. So I
About
was
what?
of my parents dying
Ooh.
and
Oh.
the bad people that captured me.
Ooh. Well, you see, best way of to battle your bad dreams. What usually my parents would do. Actually, I don't think we can do that here. But okay, you have to conquer them, right? You have to make them submit. You have to make sure that you are the one that rules over yourself. You have to become the alpha. So instead, in these situations, think of yourself as the leader, not as the prey. You are the hunter. You are the leader, right? Because you're the leader of this whole I don't know what this is. Companion group, I guess. Sure, that works.
Okay.
So
So so how do
gather
I?
your inner strength, your inner barbarian. What makes you angry? What makes you strong? What is that keeps you going?
She, she's like I oh candy.
See, imagine this man has taken away your candy. How do you feel?
Who'd you point to?
I mean, I don't fucking. I'm sure. I don't know. Some random dude in the tavern.
Okay.
That fucking guy right there.
She kind of looks over at this guy. This you see this you point to this just this uh you actually made a horny bonk. Oh my god. Oh, anyway, so yeah, you kind of pointed this just kind of this half elf man who's just kind of sitting there. He's face is clearly kind of like red from having one too many drinks this evening already. And she kind of looks at this man. And he's just like, he took my candy.
Let's imagine if he did. What would you do? How do you feel about this?
See, she just kind of like flexes her arms, like just like raise her arms and just kind of flexing, but no muscles bulge out. She's like, I'm gonna get him. And you see, she just kind of starts trying to run for him.
Yes, harvest energy.
Clay
Unleash your
will get her.
on these people.
Clay's gonna pick her up before she
Yes,
starts hitting herself.
She will make a fine barbarian. goddammit.
Okay, so you just scoop her up with one arm, just kind of starts just kind of like wiggling and just like flailing. My candy. The half of him just kind of looks over from like still drinking from his mug, when just whoa. Oops. Yeah, just kind of narrows his eyes a bit as he's trying to focus his vision.
Oh my god.
Harvest the anger! Use it as a weapon!
She's just,
Sorry to
she
disturb you, sir.
just lets out just like this like loud child like yelling scream.
Yeah!
She just you see that she just kind of continues thrashing in Clay's arm before she just like starts to lose steam and she passes back out.
Oh. She goes a long way to learn, but she will get there one day.
Oh my god. Cars, what time of day is it?
It's
That's
nighttime.
Wait, what? I thought it was morning. What the fuck?
You
Hello?
guys had just. Oh wait, no, it was.
I thought it was just the morning.
Sorry,
because
it
we were
was
about to
morning.
go-
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, it was morning. My bad.
we were about to go into 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yes.
Clay's gonna when she calms down, Clay's gonna be like, Yanko, would you like to come with me to take care of some animals today? You know, hopefully take your mind off some stuff.
As you kind of mentioned animals, her eyes just kind of brighten up. Yes.
Ah, yes, the noblest of the hunt.
When you're ready, let me know and we can go take care of some cute animals, okay?
Okay.
Wait, why would you kill cute animals? What the fuck?
No, we're going to make sure they're fed, play with them, things like that. We're not hurting any animals.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Not really a leader would do. I don't know why you're. Seems like an awful lot of waste there. Shouldn't she be like combat practicing and stuff like that? Maybe like signing contract for us.
She can practice for combat later.
What about the contract though?
And she'll kind of hop hop out of Clay's arm. She'll kind of just like fix her like sleepwear, which is just kind of like this very loose kind of like gown she wears. That's clearly too big for her, as it kind of hangs past her knees. Uh, almost touching the floor. She's kind of like look to you, uh, Geth. It's like, as leader, I nominate. She'll point to Clay. Clay here to uh delegate paperwork in my stead.
Spoken like a true leader, giving away responsibility. Very good.
And she'll just kind of come up and just pat you on your knees, like, Clay, you are now in charge of paperwork.
Well, you heard the leader
Alright.
play.
Make me proud.
Okay. He just laughs. He's like, okay.
Wouldn't want to disappoint her, would we?
And she just kind of smiles and it's like, now can I have some orange juice?
Wait, what do we do if he doesn't fulfill his duties?
No candy.
Well, I don't think that's really a part. I was thinking more like lynching and maybe like.
Oh my god.
What's the lynching?
Oh well, you see, that's where you.
No, we'll come over here.
Oh, we're not okay. I mean,
We'll tell her later.
later.
Whatever,
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
okay. Well, you said later, so.
Oh my god, I regret saying that now.
You're the boss now. You decide all the time.
Okay, go get ready. We'll start the day, okay? And yes, you can have orange juice.
Yes.
Go buy her orange juice.
She'll run upstairs and get changed and come back down in like 5 minutes.
Okay, so the plan is Death and Ryu will go distract the Lord while Akio and the other lady will go do their thingy.
Is it really called a distraction if we just go for the fucking reward?
Not really, but yeah, you guys will go occupy him then, getting the reward.
Hey, Gav, I would appreciate if you maybe did some grand gestures,
No.
please.
I already did a grand gesture by reducing the price for you.
I mean, while you are talking with the lords, and maybe, declare yourself, or...
Why?
Show your might.
I have already.
It might
We have spoken
help
with
our
him
stealth
already
mission.
previously. Why would I change something?
Okay, thanks for that.
No, think about it. Would you just think it would be more suspicious if I suddenly started acting completely different from the previous time? I come in previously
really.
as myself, and then suddenly
Not
I'm like,
really.
"How-de-do-de-do."
Now you've
Also,
slain the beast, and you can say essentially or celebrate this deed of your own
but why?
because it has been a mighty beast.
That is nothing that I have ever done before. Why would I suddenly do it? I need an explanation here.
I can't really give you an explanation if you don't want to cooperate with me. I don't really know what to say here.
It's not like I don't want to cooperate. I just don't understand what the fuck am I supposed to do.
As this
As I
conversation's
said,
going on,
Declare your triumph.
what the fuck is declaring your triumph? I'm just gonna show him the head.
as
I'm the one
I
who
think-
slain the beast. Ryu, can you help me here?
I
What are you
think
hinting at,
this
Akio?
is metagaming, but what I'm saying, I think Gith is always making a show everywhere he goes. Just is a walking.
It's more like the opposite. It's like he doesn't want to make a show.
No.
He never does.
I mean, without you even attempting to. You get it? Yeah.
You mean
So
like that.
yeah. Just being an outsider with the skull and all of that is just. I think it's enough to get all the lights on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
as this conversation's going on, Geth, you kind of feel a tap on your shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and as you kind of turn to look, you see Amari's back, accompanied by three other men, and she kind of bow and wait and kind of smile a bit. What greetings? We have returned, and what I think young Akio here was suggesting was that you revel in the Lord in the tale of how you slayed this beast that you're turning into him. Tell him how the hunt went. Tell him how difficult it was, how long it took. Basically, make a story of it. Buy time.
Okay, the story is quite simple, so maybe you have any other suggestion? Because I literally went up to it and killed it, so...
Can you make stuff up?
I have an idea. I can do that. I can come with him and do that.
Well, that could work. Like, if a better talker would come with me. I mean, like, Ryu's coming with me, but I don't know how good he's with, spitting bullshit. Ryu, how good are you at spitting bullshit?
I do not spit any bullshit.
He's not good at it.
I can come.
Okay, Namiro, if you can...
Woohoo!
Like, okay. Well, you know what? It would be easier if someone gave me, like, a presentation. Like, what do? I just go, like, oh no, the beast was so strong, and then I was like, brah, and, then I
What
killed
about
him
you,
with my axe.
Sapphire? What about you, Sapphire? Would you be able to?
Could persuade my way out of a leather sack.
Why would you do that?
That's funny coming from the sorcerer.
Yeah.
Agreed.
She's literally bluffing, okay, at this point.
Insight?
Yeah, go for it. She's literally. I'm not even gonna roll deception. I could, but yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Well,
Well, you're
That's
passive.
I
not
would
a
say
good
that
roll.
you could be quite. I would say that you could be quite successful.
Well,
What I wanted to see is maybe make
Yeah.
it a big story. Make it like it wasn't one wolf, but a pack of wolves that were trying to break in.
Okay,
That
if
you've
we
been
set the
chasing them from the first moment. That the journey was treacherous. That they were leading you through a river. Perhaps.
I mean, I could try to. I am no storyteller like
Okay,
you.
let's just
But
sync up this.
I-
Let's just.
could try to spin a tale of that it was a.
Just don't spit anything it's not. Just tell them we indeed encountered the werewolves. There indeed was
encountered,
about
yeah.
4 of them. Let's just say we killed 4 of them. We burned the bodies because we didn't want them to reproduce, be more of them there.
We didn't want to make sure they came back. Yeah.
This
we
is
didn't
the
want them
wolf's
to
head. This is the werewolf's
regenerate.
head, and I'll present the wolf's head or whatever the fuck. Say that we got one of them just to show you the proof that they were there. And then we need to look at his reaction to see if he can recognize
Here's
if
my
it's whatever the fuck.
here's my question though. If they're these werewolves, as you say,
Mm-hmm.
they turn into wolves. What's to say if they die, they don't turn back to a humanoid? So
would you
presenting
know?
a
That's the
wolf.
question.
That's well. See, he says that they turn into these wolves. Do they not revert back to their form when they die? I mean,
I
is
don't
it not
know.
a
I have never
not
killed an
a
actual werewolf.
thing that they have to focus on?
No.
And I know
don't-
concentrations and spells, and we have to focus on what we're doing, but
Okay, Miss. First of all, calm down. Second of all, I have never killed an actual werewolf, so I don't know why you're asking me these questions.
From what I
well,
understood
you're
when
knowledgeable
we
on these things.
Well, I know some of things
Sapphire?
of them, but
Guys, Sapphire, from what I understood from the talks we had with the actual werewolves and the druid, is that this is not something consciously held, especially at
Okay.
certain times in certain phases of the rage, let's say. It seems that they
Alright.
need to concentrate to actually remain human.
Ah, alright. Well, I'll go with you. I'll see what I can do.
Not to mention that the medicine that they were doing was actually helping them with remaining human.
Mm, true. Alright, well. Let's see what employer has to say for himself. Or how he reacts to this.
Oh, you mean, well, that's what I want to see. How would he react if we shoot
Yeah.
him normal?
Exactly.
Wolf said
Exactly.
because technically, if he knows how they look like and they don't look like the wolves, then he will at least react in some way and not pay us money, and then we could question him why. How does he know if he said that he already, doesn't know how they look like, right?
Right.
So he just-
Exactly.
Let's just go. Yeah.
Alright.
Spin the tail and make it at least longer.
Oh,
Embellishment is the natural thing of adventurers. They always embellish their stories.
I fucking hate
It
that
was
part.
this big.
Yes.
As you guys are kind of having this discussion, you see Amari just kind of like sitting at the bar with her men, just kind of ordering a just like looks kind of like a lemonade. It's just sipping and watching you. So, you all ready to go then?
Yep. To be honest, I just want my money. I
Yeah.
don't really care about the fucking government bullshit, whatever. I came here to hunt, and that's what all I kind of want to do.
A simpleton. Understood.
Yep. Simple life is the best life.
She just kind of
Let's
shrugs. Well then,
But why would you want to complicate your life? It could be easy.
it's more entertaining.
Well, it depends on the person, I guess.
As she kind of like finishes off her lemonade, gets up. You guys hear the door open and hear a voice kind of call out throughout the inn's tavern here. It's like, there you bloody people are. Hello. Took me forever to find this place.
Who?
Just kind of look over. You see the druid woman you met last night.
Oh, it's you!
Yes. Hey. You know how hard it's trying to
good.
find this place?
Really hard, especially if you're not from here, right? Hey!
Yeah. You know, being out of town, don't know
You're
anything.
just in time.
Just in time for what?
Oh boy.
We're going in.
Oh, right. Yes, I completely remember that. All
We're
right.
going on a trip. Do.
You're
So,
coming with me.
Ugh.
okay, fine. Yep. Let's go.
Good luck.
So I'm ready to crack some heads.
No,
You
no,
are?
we're not cracking heads. We're doing stealth mission.
Oh, well, now you ruined it.
Ah, right.
Did you forget?
Sorry. I just thought about all this and thought that I'd finally get to.
Scout first. Finding first. Then we can do more precise things. Now we are scouting.
Hey, if you want to crack heads like of like a beast or something like that,
Oh no, I don't. I don't. I try to refrain from hunting any beasts. It's really hard to.
wait, so you said would like to hunt humans instead of beasts.
Oh no, I'm strictly vegetarian.
What is that? Oh, you're one of those plant people. Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, focus.
Right. Sorry. Yes. Come on. Let's. You can fill me in as we walk and talk. Let's go.
Yeah, you would.
She kind of looks over at Amari sitting there like. You remind me of some people back home. Amari just kind of like nods her head and just gets up and just walks out of the place. And she's kind of Ziana then just kind of looks over to you guys and just says like, "Who are the shady fucks?"
Oh, I don't know. Our companion here, Akio, decided to hire them to investigate something. I guess I don't know.
Oh, they're helping us with the
They're
break-in.
Probably.
Yes.
Oh, that. Wow, they're probably gonna be perfect for that job then. Awesome. All right,
Right.
let's go.
Why do you think I brought them?
Just be careful what you tell them. It's one of those need to know basis, and they don't need to know about what we know.
Gotcha. My lips will be sealed as long as they, well, if they can't talk animal, that's good.
Talk animal.
Well, I'm more stealthy as like a mouse, a rat, spider, you know.
Oh, that could be a very useful skill for hunting. Is it only for like druids and stuff to talk with animals, or?
Oh no, I can talk to animals anytime. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
No, I mean like,
You just-
important mission.
You just saw me talk with animals the other day.
I mean, yeah, but I
Oh.
kind of want to learn.
Oh, you can talk to animals too. Impressive.
How do you think I found out that you're a druid? I told you that animals told me.
Right. Sorry.
Are you guys having memory lapses?
Honestly,
Yes,
it's been
a while.
it's been hectic last week for me. So
Okay, stay with me. Don't do anything stupid. We will follow them as they are going along. We will be standing slightly behind, okay?
understood.
Okay.
All right. So as you guys are getting ready to take your leave, Clay, Ginkle will come running back downstairs, and we'll kind of take your hand and just wait for you to lead her to the animals.
Kill.
What the fuck?
I'm
Alright,
sorry. Were
ignoring
you having a
evil
Baz
voice.
moment there? Yeah, exactly.
I
Yes.
hate you right now.
Alright, just ignoring Tara's. Apparently, I don't
Wanting
actually
to
know.
murder a child.
Her
Right.
demonic.
It's like the child's having more attention than the fucking killer.
It's the Ukrainians. This child has been screaming for the last 12 hours. I'm tired.
Ah,
It's almost like they're not at their
Understood.
home and not at their place or something.
Oh God!
Well-
Please.
luckily here, Ginkgo is nothing like that. She is very, often very quiet.
Yes.
For
So
now.
Clay's gonna take her to the adorable animals.
Okay. You do
Since
so.
I
fuck Clay.
can't
She's
really
kept.
stealth, and I'm not good.
Imagine
just
if
gonna
actually fucking
pet.
turn into a barbarian, eh?
Hey.
That's
We're
a
just
good
gonna
times.
pet, clean, and have a good time. That is what Clay plans to do.
Yes, that's good, clean fun.
Okay.
Famous last words.
Sorry. Yeah, I know.
Turns out the
Always.
animals are all level 50 druids messing around, just having a good time. And you don't
Just
expect that
how
they
it
rob us
goes.
blind.
But- no, more like they're all have been granted sentience with awakening, so they can all talk now and just kind of broken common. You see one of the yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that's terrible. Oh,
What the fuck?
that's traumatizing. Oh my god. Um. So anyway, so
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. That was a nice apartment. Come on.
so as you guys are splitting up, Clay heading off to deal with your guys' date. Well, taking on job of taking care of the animals for that one lady during the day. The rest of you heading off
Didn't
to
Amir already do that?
you. It's a multi-day job. Yeah, you have to do it.
Err.
You're asked to do it for a few days,
Mm.
at least until the lady got back from her business trip to procure supplies.
Yeah.
So, so the rest of you heading off to the noble court, the blooming court of Lord Taiki Ming, or Lord Ming. Um, you guys talking in very hushed, at least those of you that are, and filling in Ziana about what's going on. She will nod and agree to go along with wishing to go in along with the infiltration part of this mission. Um, as she'll kind of ask like what you'd like her to do on this part. If basically asking if you want her to become something smaller to sneak around better or what. Oh, did I lose my internet?
Yeah.
Save it for now.
No.
God, I thought I
Save
lost
it
my
for
internet
now.
connection. Jeez.
Nah, Tara was just really immersed.
Okay.
Save it for now. We might need it. Wait for it. Wait with it for now.
I could do
Before
it.
we get in.
I could do it a couple times.
Okay, then go for small.
All right. I'll be a mouse on your shoulder.
Cool.
It's you guys draw closer and closer to the blooming court. Amari will kind of stop you guys like, all right, so this is where we will be separating. Those of you that are going to take your audience with the Lord, go and head up to the main gates. The rest of you, follow me around back.
It's only me and the mouse. Don't worry about it.
Alright. She'll then kind of look to Geth and Ryu and Archie and Amiro. It's like, you four, pass as much time as you can. You
Well, you
Okay.
can keep going. I just need to quickly talk with them.
All right.
We'll try our best.
Indeed.
Those of you that are better at weaving words probably should do the talking. She'll kind of gesture to Geth and Ryu. You two look, well, intimidating and imposing.
Oh,
When in doubt,
I,
ask questions. Flatter the Lord.
Oh,
See
wait,
what you can get.
okay, cool. Arashi, let me introduce us to him because he's only seen me and Ryu, and then you can do your magic words or whatever. I'm just saying it because he probably is expecting me and Ryu, but who knows?
Right. Right.
Okay, well, whenever you guys ready.
Very well. Amari will kind of
Okay.
gesture for you and for Akio and Ziana to follow her.
Mhm.
Stay
As
safe.
all right, as you guys head out, the rest of you can make your way towards the large gates that lead into the walled off section of the city that is the Blooming Court. As you approach, the guards will stop you. It's like, halt! What is your business here?
Same as last time.
You have returned from your job?
See, if you knew, what did you even ask?
It is my job to ask.
Well, I guess sure. Yeah, we have returned from the job.
Is the beast slain?
Well, that's something I need to talk with your employer.
Very well. Same as last time, upon entering, keep your any weapons sheathed. If drawn, that would be seen as an act of aggression.
Oh, please, I would need a weapon to take you down. Anyways, come on, let's get to it.
As,
He's just trying to be like as passive aggressive as possible.
as you kind of walk by, you hear him just kind of click his teeth a bit, and he just says, "Filthy Goliath."
Hey, he knows me! Actually, you know what? Fucking Geth will turn to him and like kind of lean into his face, like, you know of my race.
He kind of will look to you, he's like, no, just no rumors and tales of people like you.
How do you know that name? As I understood, it's not common here.
He just kind of will just avert his gaze, like, get inside, and get your payment and leave.
You're a particular one. Watch your back. I'll yell how did you leave?
Alright. So, as you guys enter in, seeing again the very lovely sand and
Before-
stone gardens that they have set up here.
Can I cast the emboldening bond before we go in and see
Yeah.
the Lord?
Yeah, you can. You guys have ways to walk, so
What does that do?
that allows them to mentally communicate with someone.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
that's
Allows them to boost their rolls.
Yeah.
It's basically
ignore the roll. Ignore the roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
okay.
just gives you,
yeah. Last
one
It,
d4.
it's like a blast but to
yeah.
ability checks.
Yeah. It's I'm gonna give Arachi.
Permanent guidance. Yeah.
It's a 10-minute
Okay.
guidance.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute guidance versus a one-shot guidance.
Yeah.
Yes. Arachi and Geth.
Oh, I guess it's also like a 10-minute bless too, because it affects attack rolls and saving throws too.
Uh-huh.
So
Just in case, yeah. Oh, well, you're gonna go kill it again.
okay, so
and the ability checks if you want to use it with deception.
all right, so let's see. What is your passive deception, Arashi? Looks like it's a
So deception is a 15.
15. Okay,
15? Not bad.
that's not bad.
For a sorcerer, that's not bad. Goddamn.
All right, so
I'm not proficient in deception. I'm proficient in persuasion,
yeah.
which is a 17.
All right, so as you guys are entering through the front, getting being met by one of the servants here at this lord's house, and being guided to or connecting to Geth and Arashi. Okay. the Akio, with Amari and Ziana and Amari's men, you guys head to the back entrance to this court. As you, it's not so much a back entrance, as the door here is a lot smaller than the others, and you kind of have to crouch to get through. But as you kind of get there, you hear some locks unlocking. You see the door open. You see this woman kind of standing there wearing, who's wearing servant clothes, as she kind of gestures for you guys to come in quickly. Amari and her men slip inside, and Ziana follows after.
E?
I'm assuming Arashi goes in as well.
Yeah.
Not Arashi, sorry, Akio.
I hope not. Akio will
Ak-
definitely go.
Yeah, Akio.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm
We're
lost.
gonna.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
confused. Okay.
Sorry,
sure.
I got names mixed up. The A's. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, when we get to
Yes,
the
it's a
next
fucking
region.
Sunday game.
I'm sorry. Oh dear.
Don't worry, it will change when we get to the next region.
Oh boy.
Anyway. So, as the infiltration group goes into this servant's entrance, Amari will. You see as she kind of slips the servant girl a pouch of coins. You can't see how many or what kind, but you kind of hear it jingling a good amount. The woman will kind of smile softly and bow, as she will gesture for you to follow her. As she will lead you guys inside, and she'll kind of stop you all as you inform you. Like, I can't help you past this point, but be careful on the lookout for guards. Um, and I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Amari will just kind of pat her on the shoulder. It's like, oh, do not worry about it, dear. You did plenty already. Now go on. Don't want you getting caught being seen with us. The lady will bow her head and she'll kind of just quickly just walk, kind of like power walk off and away from you guys. As from this point on, I need you guys. I need Akio to roll me a stealth check.
Alright, I'm gonna. Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna do a.
You
How in danger am I? Because I'm gonna follow them with some distance.
You might not want to be too far, but you will have some leeway
Okay.
room. Because at
Okay, never mind. I'm gonna do invisibility.
okay. At this point, as you kind of turn invisible, or just as you turn invisible, Ziana is also kind of casting a spell. She will cast Pass Without a Trace. Oh shit!
Damn.
Damn!
37 for stealth.
So that gives Akio a 37 stealth.
Well, oh damn.
Not to mention critical if you count that, and
That's what I'm
mouse
saying.
is also hidden.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 37. So yeah.
Alright, do your thing,
All right, Ziana will as
says the air.
after Ziana casts her spell, you see as she will then kind of focus herself and she will shrink down into a small mouse for you to scoop up. As that's going on, Amari will kind of look behind. It's like, where did you two? Oh, very good. I knew I saw some talent in you. All right, and she'll kind of like, as you see, she kind of will as she already has like her hair tied back into a ponytail. She'll reach from like down under her neck and pull up this face mask that covers her nose and mouth, and then pull up a hood. And she then will kind of gesture for her men to to move forward. As they move, like not even making a sound. You don't even hear a floorboard creak as they move. As they proceed forward, you following behind them, stealthy as fuck. So stealthy, only possibly a god could hear you. Uh,
Arya.
puts up a scarf. Hiding her invisible face. Got it.
Just in case somebody notices.
Understood. I mean, in case invisibility drops, yeah. Alright, as you guys proceed forward. Oh, let me go ahead and get some music playing for this. Here we go. Alright. So, as you guys proceed forward, you guys eventually come upon a couple guards who are just kind of patrolling. As you do, Akio, you watch as Amari and one of her men kind of pull out just from up their sleeve this looks like just kind of like a small like little pipe. As they slot something into one end, they then fire it out as a blowgun and it sticks into the guards' necks. And you watch as the guards kind of grab at their necks and kind of look over like towards Amari and the rest of you, but before they can even do anything, you see that they freeze up and then pass out. Before they can hit the ground, Mari's men rush up and catch them. And as they then move them over, you see they then take the guards and shove them into this hallway cabinet. You guys continue to move forward, being very quiet, very careful.
We're being sneaky.
While this is going on, the rest of you
Hello.
are shown into the audience chamber of Lord Ming. As you walk in, the doors open for you. You see that there are 4 pillows, like seating cushion pillows, set up for you guys to sit on. As you see, Lord Ming is stationed on the other side of this room, accompanied by his wife and child. All of them dressed very nice and formally for this, as they were last time you met him, Geth.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord Ming gestures to the pillows for you all to come sit.
Greetings. I have brought most of my party back with me that helped me with the quest.
Ah, so these are the gallant mercenaries, well, my heroes that dealt with the thorn in my side.
Are
Indeed.
yes, in a way we did do it. Okay, well,
So,
my companion here will recap the tale. I guess that's what you say, probably.
Yeah, there were 4 of these beasts that broke into the warehouse. We slew all cut off the head of one and burned body so that they couldn't come back. That
sorry, this just sounds so funny with RoboGen.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. It's the internet.
I'm sorry, she just has a weird accent. It's fine.
Who's consuming your poor internet upload?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I have issues with my other games. It's a laptop. I can't do much about it.
Can you move closer to the router?
I am as close to the router as I can get.
Oh, that's... well,
Go
that's-
cable.
I don't have a
You-
wire. I don't have an Ethernet cord.
Do you have a
Plug in.
USB-C port?
Head to Walmart.
No.
All
I
right.
mean, maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Because if you have a USB-C port, or actually a USB port, you could just buy an adapter and then you can use a wire.
it's funny that it's
Just
now
say-
very clear for you.
It's
Your,
yeah.
your
it's
voice is
weird.
very clear. I don't know why. But
I
anyway,
have
continue
no
on.
clue. Um,
We'll just pretend that she's doing like the Naruto thing of talking really fast.
Yes, yes.
yeah.
Poor original like Japanese English dubbed. Their lip flaps don't match. Sorry, Jen.
Just-
Go ahead.
Let's just pretend
No.
that she's Warforged, and it works well.
Warforged.
New race.
Dragon
don't think a
Forged.
Warforged.
Oh wait, no, we could try to wait. What's the server on?
Eastern.
Oh no, it is
US
US East. Weird. What the fuck?
Yeah. I decided to that as kind of like a good middle ground. I thought.
Yeah, it's I think it's just the internet itself being
Just her end, because
Evil.
no one else sounds like this. Anyway, it's your neighbors are sucking up your Wi-Fi.
actually no. No, my neighbors have their own Wi-Fi.
Okay.
It does this with my other games too, so it's not, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe your router's going out.
It's just the company.
Well,
Spectrum.
your Spectrum. Oh,
Yeah, so shitey.
tell them to fix their
Wi-Fi.
shit.
Good luck with that. They'll charge me more money every month.
True.
But she would explain that there were 4 of these creatures that broke in, that we killed them all, burned the bodies so they couldn't be revived by any means, and decapitated one of them and brought the head to you, as you requested, as proof of killing them.
You see him just kind of like, just stare at you all.
And I motioned to Geth to show the head.
Okay. He'll just take out the bag from his bag and just like kind of place it in front of him. There you go. That's how the beast. Once the beast were turned into a wolf, there was I think like one similar to like a bear, but most of these were like wolfish like.
He kind of looks at it, it's like, oh, yeah, that's, Just kind of raises a brow, it's like, well, I was expecting something much bigger.
Well, you see, that's the problem because they are so unnoticeable when they turn. They still have the instincts of both, you know, humanoid and a beast, so that's what makes them dangerous. So if one of these, he kind of like opens up his like the wolf's mouth a bit, kind of like to show his like teeth and shit. Like if one of these bites you while they're still alive, you're kind of fucked. Sorry for the language, you know.
He just kind of like look at it, it's like, I mean, this is surprising. It really looks just like a normal wolf.
That's what
Yes.
I'm saying. It's quite hard
Yeah.
to distinguish them when you're out in the hunt.
It's very weird. I thought we were being attacked by actual wolves, and oh,
Well, these things must be quite dangerous if they were able to bust the hinges on some of my storage facilities' doors.
Oh yeah, your
Very
fellas, by the way,
strong.
one of your wait, just saying, we are sorry for the damages on that particular place because they did scratch up the place quite a bit, but we killed most of them and burned them alive because we don't want the plague to continue here.
I see. Did you make sure to dispose of the ashy remains then properly?
Well, it's ash, so yes.
Well, what about the bones?
They just buried him.
You just buried him?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that should work then. Hopefully no one digs it up. Whew, I do not want
Nobody.
to...
I don't know why someone would go out to try to look for bones. That's quite stupid, in my
Well-
opinion, at least.
Yeah, yes. Well, I'm thinking more maybe animals could dig them up by accident as well, you know.
Well, not burned bones. There's no nutrition in them anymore.
Oh, good. Well, seems
You
like...
seem awfully tense there. Are you okay?
Yes, I can't imagine something like this existing. I've heard tales of demons and bestial monsters, but to actually stare one face to face, well, the head of one, and see how normal it looks, it's quite surprising.
What did you imagine it would look like?
Bigger, more ferocious and scary looking, something out of your nightmares.
I guess I did weave quite a tale about them. Yes, you're right.
I don't know, mangled, gnarly teeth that are uneven, sticking above and below the gum and jawline. I don't know, I pictured something worse, I guess. My mind went to worst scenarios, I guess. It's a relief to know, but also a concern that these things can hide so easily amongst the wolf population.
Well, that's why they're called werewolves. Well, at least some of them. The werebear is also there, but
Bears, too.
Well, were creatures.
Oh, so, these things didn't infect any other animals, did they?
Well, you
Not
don't have
that
to
we're
worry
aware
about
of.
animals. Yeah, you have to
I don't
worry
think it
about the
can.
people.
I don't think they can affect. Yeah, they can only infect humanoids. As long as they don't, from what I understand, don't bite you, don't scratch you.
Think of it more as not a disease, but more like a curse.
Ah, curse.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So then
You
this
know-
was a mercy killing then for them.
In a way, yes, they can never live the same if
There are actually worse things. We fought once very ugly creatures. They were called like the reverse wolf wares.
Oh yeah, I killed one
Yeah,
of them.
wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are, I think, from another realm or something. They're very extremely worse than this. Like I wish you don't even see them
Another
ever in your life, because yeah, it's they're different. See, they're like they're not from this world. I think. I don't know. Maybe
or
it's like an invasion.
an invasion.
Yes. Maybe like another world is trying to invade ours with their
What?
cursed
Or another kingdom.
With their
Do you think this is...
Wait, hold up. What
Do
are
you-
these? Where
do-
did this come from? Hello?
Maybe this
No,
could,
I think
maybe this-
another realm. Like
No, this could also be an attack from the Fujitora kingdom. Sending in these
Why would they
beasts.
attack you?
Not attacking me
No, I-
specifically, but our kingdom here, the Raishen kingdom.
Where even is Fujitora or whatever you said?
It's
no, I
it's
don't think so.
neighboring us. It's to the from northeast west of here. If you take the road that heads northwest, it'll lead you into the Fujitora kingdom.
No, that's like they are from another realm. Like so where we live right now and the air we breathe, there's like different worlds, and the tides like beyond a invisible veil or something. So
Are
I
you
think
talking about like ancestral realm or something?
I see.
no, the wolf wares.
What the?
Remember?
What?
What?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
What about these werewolves, though? Do you think these could have been some type of magically fabricated abomination from the Fujitoras? I know how they operate
No,
over there.
No,
these are
it's just
considered very weak. But if you want my opinion, if you want, you know, we should all unite against this other unworldly creatures, not these like weak, shape shifting things. You could
Wait.
easily fight them off.
Okay,
But,
wait.
yeah.
What's happening here? Why are you so bent on what was it? Fuji, whatever, being the ones that
Fujitora.
caused this? Yes.
I'm gonna incite him. Big
Okay.
time insight on him. So.
Well, he did kind of spell out that like we should what did you
Yeah.
produce?
Plus a D4,
Mm-hmm. 16.
so 16.
Okay. You're kind of getting the feeling he is trying to lead the conversation a certain way.
Mhm.
That he's
No,
trying to move the conversation from where you wanted it to go to where he's wanting it to go.
No,
Oh,
I don't think any particular group is behind this. Anything, it is just a curse that befell some poor people. That they an object or an artifact of sorts and was cursed, or maybe someone these creatures over from somewhere. I don't even know. Maybe it's magic.
I'm sorry.
And I know the robotic thing. It's irritating.
Mhm. I know. This
This is why I don't. This is why I don't talk much. So
this wasn't so much an issue in the last campaign.
that's because I was using my PC and I didn't have a laptop.
Oh.
You might want
Off,
to update your network drivers.
It's not. I have Windows 11 on this thing.
That explains it. Okay. Never mind. I found a problem.
Windows 11. Damn
Yeah.
it.
It's my husband's off on Wednesdays and likes to watch
On the
his
PC.
shows and on the computer. He won't use the laptop, so
Wow.
I have a laptop so that I play at night as well, so I don't disturb him while he's sleeping. So I am forced to use a laptop to play my games.
That sucks.
So yeah.
Okay. Well then. Actually, as you're kind of explaining this, or trying to diffuse Lord Ming's, concerns, or the way he's trying to guide this conversation, Namiro, you can tell that he is trying to hide something.
Oh,
Well, we obviously know what he's trying to hide.
Yeah, that doesn't seem as kind of taken aback by this information as he's trying to portray that he is, and not as concerned and scared as
Namir. Yeah. Namir will say, "You don't seem to be surprised. What's Why is that, if I might ask?"
Not surprised that Fujitora would use
It's
their.
not. You keep. Listen. Your Lord Highness thingy.
It's Lord Ming.
Fujitora. Lord Ming.
Lord Ming to
Fujitora.
you.
Lord Ming. Fujitora has nothing to do with that. I'm telling you, creature from another world, and you're telling me Fujitora. It has nothing to do with that. Actually, if you don't unite and work together with all the other kingdoms, I think you were all gonna be perished
Tell that to
if you
tell that to
allowed.
Fujitora, who are moving their forces
For,
closer to our border right now.
for God's sake, we will go and see
There.
the problem with Fujitora thingy. But you realize what I'm talking about, right?
Yes,
And just
yes, of
Namiro looks
course.
straight at his eyes. And okay.
Yes, I understand. You're saying that these creatures weren't a product of Fujitora's ill-begotten magical practices that they do, but this is some type of invasion from another realm, another world.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
why do you keep talking about magic and stuff when I said it's clearly a curse? Like I explained how the were creatures are kind of like made. I don't know why you are trying to make new shit up.
Well, I wouldn't put it beyond those Fujitorans to make some type of curse to inflict
You
upon creatures.
you kind of sound like my ancestors back in the day. Our villages used to fight all the time, but then when we realized it's just senseless massacre, we just kind of started making trade deals, and you know what? It works out.
What? I want. Okay, since I studied these creatures, is there any way I could see if he has some traces of it?
Not without getting closer.
Um.
Oh, you're not
Okay.
a paladin. Fuck. The
Oh,
fucking
okay.
Divine sense.
um
Though that's only for
Okay.
fiends, celestials, and undead.
You've got the better alternative. Detect evil and good.
Well,
Oh,
does that have a somatic component to it?
I have a detective and I'm good.
Yes, but I'm asking, does that have a somatic component to cast it?
Let's
Does it say
let's
like
see it. I'm
does
just
it have an
gonna
VS?
M?
display it.
Okay.
I'm gonna display it. Okay.
Uh, doesn't.
Yes, Karst.
Where
Both
does
Yep.
vocal,
V.
somatic,
All
and
right.
concentration.
So you would have to do some type of somatic gesture and stuff to cast this spell, which would be kind of obvious with him just sitting there and across from you. Still like
I'm gonna tell
20
him?
feet away, but still.
We're not in the place where magic is forbidden, right?
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell him. Okay. Would you allow me to? I have certain powers to see if there's anything in this house that might harm you or your subjects. Would you allow me? Would you allow me to detect it?
He kind of raises his brows like, why would you think? Do you think there's something in here? Why would you think that?
Well, he did say something about realms or whatever. Maybe the realm is. I don't know what he meant, but hey, I trust him. If he says some weird bullshit's happening, it's probably happening.
I assure you, my estate is secure and sound. There's no need for that,
Right then.
but I thank you for your offer, young man.
I
Okay.
mean, it's for
I
free.
trying to keep you safe and your subject because one of your importance is targeted since you have so much influence. I offer usually my service for important people, but I might do it only once for free this time.
I understand, but I do not feel that would be necessary. I am quite confident in my
Mm,
guard's abilities.
Hmm.
But
Okay then.
I
Hmm?
but I thank you all for what you did, for taking this job and doing a great favor for the city of Iwahana and for the Raishen Kingdom at large by ending these poor cursed creatures' existence.
Welcome. It was an alright hunt. Nothing what I expected by, busting that dangerous animals there, but hey, job's done, I guess. So what do we earn?
Yes, of course. And he will kind of like raise and clap his hands. He will just kind of say, Juling, bring out the reward. As you see this lady kind of like slide open this door, she was kind of just kneeling on the ground. She'll pick up this bag and stand up and walk towards you guys. Before she will kind of kneel down again, kind of bow her head and set this bag down in front of you. Before she gets up and takes her leave.
I want to read her face. Is she like seems worried or troubled?
She wearing a bracelet.
Roll me a insight and a perception check.
Okay.
Sight and or
Well, insight for you when to check her face. Perception for once to see the bracelet.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay. Even I don't even think a deep will help on that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
but still.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay, so 9, and a 24, and a 12. All right. Namira, you do notice the bracelet that she's wearing, and on her face, it's hard to tell what she's feeling. She is kind of keeping a very kind of blank face. But yeah, I guess the bag is set down in front of you and Ryu. As you kind of guys want to open it up and check it out,
Oh, I'm just gonna quickly check if there's money in there.
you
I'm
look.
gonna ask the Lord.
Yeah, you look inside and you see that uh, there's gold inside.
Okay.
But,
Well,
uh,
I assume that this is the price we negotiated on.
it is.
Very good. Okay, well then our business here is done. I wish you a good day. Stay safe or whatever, I guess. Okay. Well, that's it for me. Do you have anything
Lord.
to say, guys, or?
Yeah, I'd like to ask one question
Hmm.
for the Lord. Since we are new here, we might lack certain information. How long have you been serving here, the city and the state? Okay.
My family has been the overseers of the Blooming Court for the past 2 generations, not counting mine.
Hmm. I see. I see.
We have,
And
we have been most fortunate.
yeah. Okay.
I thank you all again for your diligent work to deal with this problem
And
swiftly.
sight.
Insights?
Inside what?
If he's lying about the ruling for 2 generations, including his.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, go ahead and roll
Them?
insight.
Right.
21.
Anyone?
He is just basically paying you pleasantries right now. He doesn't really mean it.
Yep.
And-
But
No.
Beth will just kind of like stand up,
I
start
mean-
leaving.
For ruling for 2 generations, that's the insight for.
Oh, rolling for
They
two.
said,
Ruling for the last 2.
Yeah, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Oh, okay.
His basically his grandfather is one who took over the Blooming Court, and his family's been ruling since, but essentially. That's what we meant by past 2 generations, not counting his.
Oh, okay.
So basically, with
Yeah.
him, it's third generation ruling.
Uh,
All right.
I think now what we're gonna do. Guess we'll stand up, start walking out, and once he hits the doorway, he'll kind of like turn to the whole family, just kind of point and go, "Don't do anything stupid," and leave.
All right. So as you guys take your leave, Akio and the infiltration group, as you guys make your way through, pat subverting some guards and unnoticed, you follow Amari and her men as they come to what looks like just a dead end wall of this manor. As you see, she will kind of taps on the wall a bit, very softly, and before she kind of like knocks on this kind of one wooden area. Before pushing in, you see this kind of hidden panel open up, and she puts her hand aside and pushes on something, and you see the wall kind of like begin to shift and slide as she kind of wraps her fingers around the corner and she pulls it open. You see that it leads to a stairway that descends downwards. And she kind of
Good
like
find.
she nods. Like, ah, well, you told you we're the best. All right, quickly in.
I'm going in,
Okay.
but after her.
All right. She'll kind of like duck around the corner of the wall and just kind of wait for you to kind of get in or tell her that you're in. As soon as you are,
I'm in.
she'll begin to shut the wall. And with it being so dark in here, she kind of pulls out from underneath her cloak this kind of like stone that she kind of begins to kind of like kind of taps on it and rubs it as it begins to light up. Alright, let's see. How far down does this creepy stairwell go? As she begins to descend downwards, the spiral staircase heading down for about maybe 20 feet before it kind of strains out at a kind of like an even decline staircase as you guys head down. As you reach the bottom, it's still pretty dark in here. It's very dimly lit. You see there are a few stones like kind of attached to the walls here that are emitting a very dim light. Amari kind of goes over, just see she's kind of inspecting them very carefully. She kind of looks around, and you see she eventually kind of then nods and taps on one of the stones on the wall. As she does, the dim light that they're emitting brightens, and as that one brightens, there's kind of a chain reaction as the rest light up. Ah, that's better. Alright.
Are you doing that?
Well, wasn't me, it was the setup here. As you kind of look at the gesture to the stone that was on the wall. It's a type of light stone. Though it seems like these ones were enchanted to react to others activating. Very interesting.
Alright. Cool.
Alright. She kind of like pause for a moment. She kind of turns her ear towards like down the hallway and listens. It's quiet here. I don't think anyone's home. Hopefully your friends up above are doing a good job of distracting the guards, so...
I somehow think they bungled it up.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if we're surrounded. Let's go. let's see what we got here. As she kind of leads you, you see that in front of you there's a pair of large double doors and a smaller singular door to the left. As she kind of like checks the doors for traps. She just being very cautious and meticulous. Will begin.
I'm gonna help.
You will? Okay. How do you
Of
want to help?
course. I do have proficiency in thieves' tools. So I'm gonna look for any of the traps, wirings, and such myself.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your thieves' tools then.
I thought you would roll with advantage, but of course.
Oh, you want her? Oh, you want her to roll with advantage? Okay.
Yes.
All right then. Let me see here.
I also don't have it set up somehow.
Okay. That's good because her first roll would have been a 3. She got
God.
okay. Got 13 plus her mods. Nice. Okay, that will give her a good roll. She kind of is checking out. You see, she's moving her hand along very slowly, carefully, with one of her tools just kind of nestled in between her fingers. She stops as she kind of checks something. You watch as she very carefully cuts something, and she kind of waits and listens. She nods and goes through and begins to pick the lock before the doors begin to swing open. Where you see kind of a small room. It's like a small little room here with another pair of large double doors on the other side. She'll kind of proceed very carefully, being very gingerly with where she's placing her feet, and she's kind of looking around cautiously. She gets to the other door and begins checking it for traps again. She looks like she finds something and kind of breaks something and removes it. And then,
Oh, good, you saw that.
indeed, I did. And she will kind of gesture to the far left and right side of the walls. Well, if didn't break this out, it would have began to release. Looks like some type of toxic gas. She then begins to work on these pair of double doors and slides them open. I will go ahead and transfer you over to the map so you guys can see.
Toxic gas, or maybe aphrodisiac.
None of those are good.
So you would currently be right about here, or well, you would have been in this room here.
Sheesh.
As Amari swings open these other two doors here, you see this big circular room lay out before you.
My God.
You see these multiple cylindrical tanks that are around this kind of central pit. You see that there's some type of fluid or something that is flowing in like from the central pit into the tanks, and you see inside that. What's your passive perception?
13?
13? Okay. And you're not noticing very much right now because it is still kind of not very well lit in here. So there's a lot of kind of shadows kind of obscuring things. Right. So So as you're kind of looking around, Mario just is like, well, what kind of sweet hell is this that we walked into?
This is not good.
This is very not good.
Let's see if we can find a vial of some sort and grab a sample. You have an alchemist of some sort, right?
Well, yes, we. Well, sort of. Our alchemist is more experienced with poisons than whatever the hell this is.
Do you think they have trapped the inside? I think we've passed the main entrance already.
I think we're mostly okay. Just be careful and don't touch anything too much. Don't try to move anything.
Well, we should explore more of this laboratory. See what's behind this door, but I think we should also check this door.
Agreed. As you kind of saying this, you feel the mouse kind of wiggle its way out of your kind of off your body. You see it appear on the floor as it will change back into Ziana's normal form. Alright, well then. Oh, you rejoin us. Oh, it feels good to stretch my legs out, you know. Man, this is,
Okay, I am not that uncomfortable.
Oh, no, not you. It's just... It's very... odd. You know... Have you ever been a mouse? It's very compact, very small. I like to stretch out. You know, I like my normal self usually. So, changing into an animal is not
played
always
you.
comfortable.
I've played few games of cat and mouse, yes.
Ah. She's just kind of like pause for a moment, and she kind of like wags her finger at you. Ah, gotcha. Right. Well, so I do not like this place. I very much hate it here. This is giving me a very weird vibe. You know, it's
Let's stay on the goal. Let's see if we can find a recipe.
right. She kind of will start kind of just like walk around looking. Just kind
I'll
of look.
take a sample for you.
Yeah. She kind of just, like will head to the center of the room and just kind of look at this pit here. As this is as she's kind of heading there, you hear one of Mari's men just kind of yell, "It's like, hey boss, we got a bit of a complication here." Amari will just kind of sigh and head over to her man, who's just over here. And she's like, "What is it?" The man will just kind of like gesture to the tank. There's someone inside. What? She just kind of will look to this. Oh dear. Now that can't be good.
Well, don't release him.
Are you sure that's a smart idea?
Definitely don't release him. He would make ruckus.
Well, I mean, well, if he's dead, he's just dead in there. If he's alive, I don't know how the hell he's alive. And she is kind of going, Ziana, who's just kind of looking at the central pool here, is like, if you think that's weird, you might want to come check this out over here.
I'm still invisible, so I will go to this door and check for traps.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your thieves' tools. $24. Nice.
It seems so, unless I did make a mistake.
All right.
Yeah,
So, you,
24.
all right, you check the door for traps. It is trapped.
Okay, I would like to slowly remove the trap.
Okay. You very carefully undo a couple of tripwire strings that you see are set up to what you kind of follow, and you see that they're set to a couple blow dart traps hidden in the wall.
Okay, I didn't notice this before, but is this blocked?
Let me see.
I thought I could walk.
Sort of.
I
You'll have to
I thought I could walk here.
get there first to see.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot.
All right.
This is actually a hidden door. It's a
Oh,
hidden
okay.
door. Sorry. So I would kind of need an investigation check.
Probably gonna fail on that, but yes.
Well, the DC isn't too terrible.
Oh, it's
15. Okay. Yeah. You actually do manage to find the door.
Hey, guys, this was a door. It was trapped. Guys, can you come here? I unlocked it. I think it leads somewhere.
Amari's, who's just kind of joined Zion at here at this pool, looking inside. She just kind of sighs and kind of shakes her head. She'll kind of come over to you. Yes, yes. Anything besides staring at whatever that is in there. She'll kind of have Joey. He's like, "Oh, you disabled the trap. Good work. Good work, dearie." Well, let's
I'm
see.
not just a pretty face.
Clearly, well, I can't see your face right now, so. But yes, clearly you have some talents, which I knew when I first saw you. And she'll kind of open up the door. She'll kind of look around. This is. Huh. Looks like, must be some type of back entrance or hidden entrance? Or exit? Let's see where it goes.
Even better.
She'll kind of head in, kind of looking around, kind of running her hand along the wall very carefully, walking slowly. And she'll kind of turn, and you guys see a dead end here. It's huh. A dead end. That is odd. And she'll kind of head up and start feeling along the wall. And she kind of looks around and she notices that there is a seam. Ah. Another hidden door. So there must be a way to open it. And she kind of feels along the wall. You see that she kind of stops for a moment, pushes in, and you see there's another hidden panel that she pushes in on it. You hear the wall kind of shift and move as it slides open. Ah.
Bazinga!
Is,
I think we found a office of some sort.
yes. Oh, she'll kind of gesture over here. Look, another door. This one not hidden, so we must have found the the I don't know what to call this person who ran this place, an experimenter, a mad doctor of some sort. Well, we found his sleeping quarters, it looks like. As
Let's raid it.
indeed. As she kind of steps in, she'll kind of stop for a moment and turn and reach into her bag and hold out something for you. Here, put this on.
I'm gonna put it on.
As you see, she kind of hands you. It looks like a pair of goggles, but one of the goggles is kind of fixed with looks like some type of scope of some sort. And you see as she kind of puts one on as well and begins kind of adjusting it a bit. And she will kind of do gesture for you to do the same.
I'm doing the same.
Alright, as you do, you kind of sense like some type of magic activate. As it does, you
Detect magic,
not so much
isn't it?
not so much detect magic, as you see there are as you're kind of looking around, you don't see anything unusual at first. Nothing's changed, but then you kind of notice a couple of uh, places, a place on the wall here, and part of the floor here that's kind of got like an outline, kind of emanating light or kind of glowing faintly, almost like it's revealing something.
What am I seeing?
Oh,
I ask her.
these are some handy little devices that we got. Lets us find hidden panels and the such. Makes searching for things a lot quicker. But they have a
I love
limited
it.
number of uses, so can't use them all the time. I'm glad you like it though. Alright, so um which place do you want to check out?
Let's go with the wall.
Alright, you take the wall then. I'll take the floor. As she begins to, heads over to here and begins kind of checking around, and you head over to the wall. You begin kind of feeling around, looking at the hidden area. As you kind of are touching and patting it, you kind of feel it, kind of part of it, like a small little section, just like about maybe the size of an index fingertip, kind of push in. As it does, you see the wall just kind of slide open, and you find a head inside.
A head.
Yes, though not a living head. It seems to be more like a mannequin head. It's made of wood, but you see that there is something sitting on top of the head. It looks like some type of headband. It seems to be made of leather, very nice leather, with strange symbols and markings, as well as strange decoration kind of carved into the leather. Or maybe burned in.
I'm gonna swipe it and hide it.
Okay. Roll me sleight of hand. Or what's your
I'm-
passive sleight of hand?
My passive sleight of hand is 15.
15. Okay.
Also,
I think it
am
doesn't
still
work like
invisible.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are still invisible. Would you like to roll?
Yes, you'll make a roll. Yeah.
Would you like to roll? You
So-
would have advantage.
I'm not sure, but sure. Let's roll. Rollies.
Okay.
Rollies.
Hey, 20. All right. You just kind of placing one hand at the base of the mannequin head, and you just, with your other hand, just whoosh, take it and tuck it into your belongings without making a sound. As
There is a strange mannequin head here.
she kind of looks over, a mannequin head. Well, that is weird. Why would they have that in there?
Maybe he wears a wig.
And she would kind of like, she kind of gets her floor piece open. She's like, oh, finally, tough little panel here. She's like, so you got a head, I got a hand. As you see, she kind of like lifts up this holding stand, which has some type of like thick leather kind of like glove on it. A glove that can go up part of the forearm as well.
So that's a
Gun-
nifty looking glove. I love the style.
It's okay. But wonder why they had this hidden away here. Huh. And she'll just kind of take the
Can I,
glove off of the handstand and just set it down.
before she, does more, just gonna see. Can I see with Arcana if it's magical?
Um, sure. Roll me an Arcana check.
Probably not, but, never
All right.
know.
All right. 14. As you're kind of looking at it, you notice that there are some components attached to this glove, which could be magical. You notice that there are some
You know,
carved stones with different types of symbols upon them.
I bet this is magical.
You think so? Well,
There's a good chance.
I could have one of my one of my people check it out.
Of course. Or I can do it later myself.
Oh, you can? Well, very good then.
I'm a force of surprises.
Indeed you are. A jack of all trades, I would say. Well then, let's see what else we can find in here. Where is the smoking cannon?
What's a cannon?
Oh, a type of weapon that you can find on some ships.
Why don't you check the drawers on this thing, and I'm gonna on the table, and I'm gonna see if I can find anything in this armor.
Alright, sounds good. As she begins kind of looking around, checking the desk, she begins pulling open drawers and sifting through papers, being very careful and meticulous about it all the while. As you go and check out this here, as you pull it open, you see that it's there is like some clothing in here. Very, very strange, elegant clothing, but nothing like you've seen from this kingdom or from anywhere in your travels. And you get kind of like a very strong kind of aroma coming from it.
What kind of aroma?
It almost reminds you of Ryu.
Of course it does.
Ooh.
But it's
Okay.
but it's different as well. But as you're kind of checking around here, begin kind of like pulling open this one drawer, and you see that it's got like this kind of like solid wooden top that's kind of split down the middle. As you kind of open that up, you see that it's filled with kind of tools and materials inside, and you see something you kind of recognize. You see that in here there are a couple of golden bands in here, very similar to what you saw Lord Ming's servant wearing, the one that showed you around at the attack sites.
Interesting. Are those magical?
Are you just kind of like Arcana checking them, or detect
yeah,
magic?
I'm not detecting magic.
Um,
It will break my thing, I think.
it would. This would be casting a spell. Um, you kind of, since you've seen them before, you're not really sure if they're magical or not. These just seem like similar bands they wear, but you see that in here is looks like a cast mold on how to make more of them, as well as a small little like journal book.
Okay, I'm gonna check the pockets first of the clothing, and then I'm gonna check the journal.
Okay. As you go through the pockets, you find in one of them uh, kind of like a wrapped up little bit bundle of some type of herbs.
Yoink.
Yeah, it's
Mine
like
now.
it's like herbs, and you then find like some flowers, and in one you also find this like a little like bottle, this like tiny little bottle filled with some type of fluid.
Leave the bottle.
Okay, so you leave the bottle behind.
Yep.
Okay. All right. As you're kind of doing that, Amari will kind of whisper to you, say, "Hey, I think I found something over here." And she will kind of like,
I found a journal. Coming over.
"I found, wait, that well, journal. That's good. I found documentations here, written missive orders from Lord Ming to someone named Daylox, talking about asking about how the experiments are going, and if his progress has been proceeding well. And I found some crumpled up responses here that were partially written before discarded. From what I can surmise from this is, it looks like he was close to a breakthrough, it sounded like. And he said that Lord Ming would have his army very soon, but he needed more subjects and more raw material.
Does it write what materials he needs?
He didn't. He mentioned something, just this right here, he just mentioned a especially rare material for the conversion. And he said for the rest you would have to head home to pick it up.
Head home?
Yes, so he didn't just says, yeah, I have to take a trip back home to procure the other ingredients needed.
I didn't know the trip there is possible.
What do you mean?
I surmise he's an outlander.
An outlander? Huh.
Not from Hyrule.
Hyrule? What's Hyrule?
This is Hyrule. We're in Hyrule. The continent of Hyrule.
Oh, you mean Hula Roo. Ah.
Arf.
What I said, sorry.
I am not going with that, damn it.
Yes,
you
you
are.
are.
No!
It's even better when you don't know the name at all.
I
and you keep
deny
forgetting
it! I deny it! I deny Hyrule!
You cannot
It's
deny
easier to
Hyrule.
pronounce.
It really is.
Ah!
You know what, Cars? It's okay. I'll never call it because I can't remember it anyways.
It's fine. Alright. She's kind of looking at you like, I see, well, it
It's
seems...
just a fury of mine. Based on things I've found about this man so far.
Hmm.
But anyway, let's look at the journal. And I'm start flipping the journal.
As you kind of go through the journal, you see that it's filled with, not really like, like normal journal entries, but is filled with, plans and schematics and formulas. You see, on part one of the pages you come across, you see basically detailed out on how to make what he is labeled here as a enslavement band. And,
Oh shit.
and you see kind of drawn very elegantly drawn in good detail the armbands that you saw Ty wearing.
Oh fuck.
And you see kind of written down just how to make one, and you see remember that back in that drawer you pulled out, you saw the molds on the casting molds to for pouring in molten metal to make more.
Yeah, I'm stealing those.
As you kind of continue flipping through this, you see the language beginning to shift from common to some other language. What languages do you read?
I'm gonna call in the druid, by the way, but what I speak is Sylvan, Elvish, and Common.
All right. Notice it as it going from Elven, or sorry, from Common to Elven, then into Sylvan. Especially for the more kind of personal and very secretive parts of this journal, you see are written in Sylvan. You see kind of mentioning some of the parts saying, "This is some of my greatest work yet. Oh, the people back home would not not ordain such what they considered outlandish or barbaric means. But I'll prove them wrong. They will soon learn of my true skills, my intellect they tried to hinder."
How dare you take barbarian's name in vain?
And you see mentioning that with the breakthrough of these bands that he could compel the fools back home to see things his way. Alright, as you head back out into the main area here, you see Ziana's kind of like standing in this pool of liquid, and she's kind of angrily kind of yelling at the other two of Amara's men to give her a hand, as she kind of like is grabbed onto something and is pulling something out.
What are you doing?
Getting this poor creature out of here. What does it look like? And
Don't be foolish, don't do that.
she's like, too late. And she's kind of like lifts like up and up onto the edge. She gets like kind of getting herself cleaned off as she gets up and out. You see that the creature here that was in this pool is probably in very bad shape. You see that what kind of lies before you is a kitsune person.
Oh shit!
You see that
That's like one of them fox people.
you see that this person is looks like they haven't had a good meal in a while. As they basically most of their clothing is pretty much gone except for a very tattered pair of shorts they're wearing. You see that they have on them not just one tail but three tails on them, which is kind of unusual to see. It's not very often that would be seen from what you know when talking to the kitsune people.
What the hell did those monsters do?
As Amarius is kind of looking through the paperwork, I think we've found the special ingredient this bastard was talking about.
What?
Amari will just kind of like hand you the paperwork and kind of go over and check on the Kitsune. She's kind of looking at Ziana. It's like, what's what's his condition? Well, it's not damn good, that's for sure. She's like getting kind of like checking his airways, listening to see if he's breathing, kind of doing chest compressions. Oh, come on, damn you, come on! Eventually, after a moment, the Kitsune begins coughing and spitting up the green fluid that filled its lungs, but doesn't seem to come back to consciousness. But you can see that its chest moving up and down, breathing.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word on him.
All right, that will break your invisibility.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right, so you kind of send out a lovely healing word to him that reaches his ears. You see his eyes just kind of flutter open weakly before he kind of begins to panic and look around like, what the, where am I? What?
Calmly. Calmly. We don't have much time. We've got you out of the pit. Calmly now. Don't speak too much. But what are you doing here?
I don't know. I out of my head. What? You're not with him, are you?
I'm not.
He just kind of looks around at the others. He kind of looks at Zion. It's like
None of my people here are.
Oh, good. Zion just kind of smiling. Like, we got you there, buddy. We got you. We're the ones that pulled you out of that, wherever that was supposed to be. We didn't know you were here, but we're gonna get you out. All right? He's just kind of like huddling himself up as he's sitting on the ground in the field position, just his knees tucked to his chest. He's just kind of nodding. Oh, okay. You can get me out of here, right?
We will certainly try.
As this is going on, you see one of Amari's men just kind of come over to her and just kind of not trying to interrupt or upset this guy, but he gestures to the tanks, and Amari will kind of look around. You see a very concerned look on her face. And she will kind of come over
We're
to
out
you.
of time, aren't we?
Well, she will kind of like come up to you now that she can see you. Not so much that we're out of time, but trying to get more of these poor people out will be a bigger risk. This
There are
one,
more?
she will kind of gesture to the tanks. My men found 4 other people here in these tanks here.
They in the tanks?
Mm-hmm. She'll kind of guide you over to this tank here, as she will kind of like wipe away the condensation and that's kind of built up on it, and you see that there's a woman floating inside. I'm guessing these are more of the experiments, the victims. We can't get them all out and not get ourselves out safely. She gestures to the kitsune that Ziana fished out. We can get him out. One additional person shouldn't be a problem, but 5? That's going to be difficult. With it still being broad daylight, that'll make it even harder. So,
Do you have a way how to call more of your people?
she kind of sighs and shakes her head. No, unfortunately not. But what we can do, I can station some of my men to keep an eye on this place until we can come back tonight and get these people out of here.
Do that. I will pay you well.
For this, dearie, I'm not going to charge you. Something like this going on, Lord Ming needs to pay for this.
Yes.
I could easily sneak in and slit his throat. But no, I want him ruined.
Doesn't help that we will ruin him now. We first need the elf. The green man. He's the source of this.
Indeed.
Ming is just a facilitator of this.
Well, maybe I can wring that information from Ming's neck. But first we need to get out of here ourselves. Alright, everyone? We're moving out. We've seen all we need to see and got what we need. We need to get this poor man out of here. We'll be coming back later for the others. You see her two men nod as they begin to kind of like help Ziana help the man up. And they see one of them pulls out from his pouch a couple potion bottles and offers them to the gentleman. You see, kind of very nervously kind of takes them both. You see the kind of the scared fear in his eyes kind of begin to kind of glaze over and fade away and he begins to take on more of a more brave posture and confident stance. As he'll kind of look to Amari. We got about a minute to get this guy out of here before he's, a blubbering mess again.
Hey, I forgot the name of the druid. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ziana.
Ziana. Oh yeah, I do have it written. Hey Ziana. Mouse yourself and again, I'm gonna cast invisibility.
Ziana will nod as she's kind of taking a look around at the tank. She will begin to recast her Pass Without a Trace again to encompass the new person, and she will then shrink herself back down into a mouse and wait for you to pick her up.
Now, slow and steady. No need to rush anything.
The gentleman. All right, 28. Okay. All right. So the Kitsune gentleman was kind of jumped a little bit when you spoke. Like, wait, who said that? Who's there? Wait, I recognize that voice. You're one of the people that saved me. Okay. Oh.
Shh. Quiet.
Right. Amari will begin to lead you guys back out through these double doors here and up the staircase. As you guys
So wait, if I understand it correctly,
Mhm.
he's the secret ingredient, and he was in one of these.
he was in this right here, the central pool.
Okay. And there are more of them here.
You've only as you kind of passed by the pool, you only saw one, but you saw that in the center here was a type of like if you kind of took a look as you're walking by, you know, like a better good look and not just a passing glance, you see there was a table slab in there that had basically bindings to strap someone to the table, along
Okay.
with what looked like some type of arcane circle patterns inside the pool.
So it's not that there are more kitsune in these.
No,
No, it's just humans.
just
Not humans, well,
Okay.
humanoids.
just other races are in these pods.
All right.
It seems that the experimenter was using the kitsune man as some type of source,
Okay.
as he was the central in the central pool that then flowed into these pods here. Because you could kind of tell as you were kind of walking over these that the flow of liquid wasn't heading towards the central pool, but was being pulled into the pods.
Okay.
So, as you guys make your way back up
As
and out,
as we are walking out, I'm gonna dump a salt into it.
you're dumping salt into it?
Yep.
Okay.
No, no, I'm not.
Okay.
not.
Okay.
It will hurt the people.
All right. Yeah.
It
It's
depends on
like
how much you put in there, but yeah.
it's like, do you want to tamper with the unknown
2 pounds.
magical elixir?
Yeah, okay. I
pounds.
think you'll kill me there.
Yes,
That's why I decided not to.
let's do it.
Oh my
Live.
god.
I'm kidding.
No.
It's okay, we
Showing
already
the
have
dark
enough salty
side.
people in the party, we don't need more.
We've got salty enough. We got people that are salty enough for our taste.
Time to commit crimes. Yeah. Assault. Let's assault people. Ha ha.
Let's assault them. Okay.
Indeed.
Oh, dear Christ.
I'm sorry. I've been corrupted.
Very good,
So-
yes.
Assuming we escape, I'm gonna put up the kitsune man in my room for now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna share with the party what I discovered, what we've discovered,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As
and then I'm also
well, as you guys are making your way out of Lord Ming's place, you overhear something. You overhear Lord Ming talking to
With Lord P.
Lord Ming talking to what appears to be the captain of, well, not the captain of his guards, but basically kind of like talking to someone that you can't see. You can hear his voice, but you can't see who he's talking to. As you hear him, just like, I have some unfortunate news. The escaped subjects were slain. They were causing problems, and I needed to maintain my cover as the Lord here. I needed to deal with things as the Lord would deal with them. So I had some mercenaries put them down.
Well then.
You don't hear anything, but you all of a sudden hear Lord Ming saying, I know, I'm sorry, Daylox, but it had to be done. I know this will set you back. I know you were very excited about this recent batch of experiments, as I was too. From the sound of it, sounds like can be a very good batch. You were very excited about how they turned out. But good news is the rest are still there. Their pods are secured. I made sure. How much longer will it take for you to get back here to give me the army you promised me? Okay. 3 days? Can you get back here any sooner? Alright, yes, alright. Just get back here as quickly as you can. 3 days shouldn't be too long. And you see just him, we'll just kind of hear him just kind of sigh. See, we'll just kind of slam something onto something wooden. Damn that man. Elven, druid, whatever the fuck he is. How dare he talk to me like that? If I didn't need him and his expertise in these experiments of his, I'd have him hanged. Relax, relax. Once I have my army, I will no longer need this flower man. I can turn him into mulch and fertilize my garden with him. And then maybe the Emperor will see that I am more than just a lowly lord here in Iwahana, delegated to rule beside those other two idiots. Alright. Let's go greet my subjects and let them know that everything is okay. Akio, you see Amari just... You didn't even kind of see it before, but she has now kind of pulled a hooked dagger out of her belt, and it's just like clenching it very tightly, just kind of white knuckling it. And she's resisting the urges to go in there and end this man.
I'm gonna put a hand actually on the dagger and keep it there, and whisper to her ear. 3 days. Then we can ruin him.
She nods, and she kind of sheath her dagger. Alright, and she'll kind of nod and gesture to move on as you guys make your way back out the way you came in. Her men will...
Making my way.
Damn it!
Love you, critters. Love it. Love it.
As you guys head back out the way you came in, Mari's men will stop and fish out the men that they drugged on you guys' way in. As they do, you see them just kind of like stand the men up, kind of lean them against the opposite walls with their weapon kind of like just their arms kind of crossed a bit, as they will then break something under the guy's nose for ducking out of there. And you'll see the soldiers, the guards, just kind of like shake their heads and their eyes kind of like tiredly open up. So they kind of yawn. They kind of like look around, like as they kind of wipe drool from their mouths, like, like, did you doze off too? Yeah, I think so. We don't have to tell the captain about this, right? Nope. My lips are sealed if yours are. They kind of nods, like, yeah. Alright. So as you guys head for the servants' entrance, you duck on out unnoticed. As you head out, Aku, you kind of notice that the Kitsune man kind of begins to kind of like just kind of wave his hand in front of his face as you watch his kind of more animalistic appearance change into that of an average looking half-elven man. As you guys make your ways for a dark alleyway and slip away into the shadows.
Hey, Amari. What do you know of his kind?
She looks back at you. It's like, right, invisible. And look to the half elven man's like, oh, oh, uh, right. I've heard tales about the fox people, both good and bad, though not sure what to believe. You know, I choose to make my own assumptions upon meeting someone myself, not just judge them by stereotypes or preconceived notions. From what I heard, though, is that their people are very magical.
Are you going to do anything to harm him?
Harm him? Why would I do that? Poor man has been through enough from what I can tell. If he needs help getting out of the city, though, I'd be more than happy to help him with that.
Oh, I think I got that covered at worst.
Alright. If you want to take the responsibility for him, he's all yours.
Ah, you know, at worst I can give him one of these.
You're invisible, I can't see what you're
Besides,
holding up.
I went invisibility spell,
Oh, there you
and
are.
he can sneak out in an hour, you know?
Alright. Well, I mean, with him looking like that, I doubt anyone will recognize him.
That's true.
She kind of
Well?
looks to the man's like, how long can you keep that up? The man kind of like, who's looking a lot more kind of sheepish now. I say, ah, shit, the potion wore off. She kind of will just kind of like gently just wave her hands like, hello, how long can you keep yourself hidden like that? The gentleman kind of will look around, it's like, as long as I want, as well, as long as I stay conscious. Well, I mean,
That is a pretty nifty ability.
it's very handy for going out and not being caught. Can we talk more a little bit in private? I don't like talking out here in the open like this. Amari will kind of nods like, yes, come on. But head back to the inn, the tavern, and hopefully your friends are there. If not, we can wait for them, and I can get you a drink, young man.
I'm just gonna slip from my shoulders my cloak and hand it to him.
He,
I mean, drop it in front of him.
he'll kind of pick it up and just kind of wrap it around his shoulders. Thank you, and he'll kind of like look you up and down. You know, kind
I'm
of give
not
it.
there.
Oh, that's right. You're invisible still. Right. I forgot. Sorry. It's like,
As
Thank-
we will
thank
walk,
you, ma'am.
Got it. As we will walk through the city, I'm just gonna, whisper to random people, random things, like, he doesn't like you, or to the man,
He-
she's into you. Invite her for a date.
He thinks your sister's hotter. All of a sudden, you hear the slapping sound. Oh. You bastard!
You should buy her flowers. That investment opportunity looks great.
Game of Thrones season 8 wasn't that bad.
Oh!
Yes.
Funniest thing I have.
Why
Never
don't you
watched
watch
it.
Star Wars?
Game of Thrones isn't as great as everyone says it was.
Never watched it anyways, lol.
Ah! Rick and Morty for 90 seasons, yeah.
No.
Oh, you know, as we walk by someone. Did you clean your teeth? I think I didn't.
Joe Mama. Oh.
You just fucking walk past the person. Joe Mama.
Alright, so if you guys make your... take it. No. As you guys head back to the tavern.
I got hour of invisibility. I got to enjoy it.
Yes, yes, causing chaos with your invisible hijinks along the way. Amari just does her best to kind of separate herself from you as best as possible. Uh, as her and her men just kind of like separate. You know, they kind of take different paths. Amari will lead the gentleman back to the tavern, where the rest of you guys are waiting.
You and Clay?
Actually, while we were waiting, can we quickly count up the gold? How much do we have there?
Oh, you guys in the bag, you got 70 pieces of gold.
So, okay.
Yeah.
How many of us are in the party?
6?
I guess 10. Whatever. Okay. I guess I'll just have the bag on the table. It's not like anyone's gonna take it away from us anyway.
The
Oh.
road steals it.
All of a sudden, a gang of hoodlums, little kids, come by.
I break their arms and fucking
Ah!
just fucking pull their arms off like never fuck with this shit.
As soon as you
I don't
flick,
care your kids.
as soon as you flick,
Survival of the fittest, bitch.
as soon as you assault kids, the city guards come in with their.
I'll break their kneecaps.
They assault you with their super beating sticks, which bypass
Someone's endurance, bitch.
which bypasses
And
all
guess
of
what?
all of your.
They fucking updated it so I can use it multiple times. Haha.
The sticks do 100 points of psychic damage.
I'm raging plus. I can do Stone's endurance, so it actually is not enough to fucking get me down.
All right.
Each-
Both of you are super pretty.
Each stick does 100 points of psychic damage, and you get hit by
Ah.
you get hit by 3 of them.
Oh yeah, well I dodge.
Oh yeah, both of you are super pretty.
this,
What's going on?
is like those fucking kindergarten fights. Like, oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
because I have like the shield.
You're then teleported into a jail cell. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oi.
Geth is in
Oh,
jail now, and
right.
he is now top bitch.
You're not. I'm not hearing you. You're the one hearing me.
You have a bunk bed there, and the gentleman asks, "So, top bunk or bottom bunk?"
Both.
Oh.
Oh,
It's like, how's that work? You just like shove your head through the top mattress and your feet through the bottom, just standing there T-posing.
Dominance. So, holy fuck, it's cool.
How about no?
All right, so
Look, I came here for a game, not a kindergarten playground fight.
Too bad.
hey,
But-
we're all playing make believe here. Come on.
Just we play differently than you.
Oh, why did I have to come through unrobotic? My feelings. I hurt so much more when it's not robotic. Anyway,
What?
so as you guys come in, sitting there, kind of like counting through the bag of gold, you know, kind of trying to divvy it up however you want. Getting food or drinks or both, or either. Clay
mhm.
eventually comes back with Ginkgo. After kind of checking in on the animals, you know, making sure they're okay. As you don't have to stay with them all day, you just need to check on them and make sure that they're okay. You know, that they're got food and water, that they go let outside. You know,
Mhm.
clean up any messes. Basically, you know, babysitting someone's pet
Yep.
for 'em.
Yeah.
As you guys come back, you see four people there, your teammates, with a bag of gold. Ginkgo's just like, "Woo, we're rich."
Are we? Is that good? I don't know.
Oh, we're richer than before. And with this,
Guess
we
so.
can buy all the candy!
Why would you buy candy
No.
if you could buy, some useful things?
Candy is useful.
Not
No.
as useful when you're dying.
Oh.
I mean, you can still eat while you're dying, but it means not gonna help you.
Well. She's just gonna kind of sit there on in the seat, just kind of kicking her legs, disappointed. All right. As you guys get back, you see coming through the doors is Amari and Akio, accompanied by a half-elven man. Amari just kind of will look to you guys and smile. It's like, I see things went well on your end.
I mean, we just turned in the quest, but he was bullshitting out of his mind.
Ah. Well, hey.
How much do I get?
Nothing.
Oh,
I'm sorry, we both thought the same thing at the same time. I was being facetious, he was being serious.
Well,
Well,
Hey,
he's
will
not
you-
being actually serious, but
I know you just had to turn in your job, but you did it and you didn't fuck up. That is the important thing.
Yeah, we also learned that, he's hiding something, so.
Oh yeah, he very much
Oh.
is.
I think we can fill you in on this hiding thing.
Okay, do tell. Do tell.
Okay,
Well,
so
well,
I'm
well,
thinking what...
we should probably take this to a private place. She kind of will gesture towards the back where you guys went to the kind of her group's kind of like hidden meeting spot. Head-
Alright.
Head back there where we talked before. I'm gonna get myself a drink. I need one after what I saw.
I'll actually join that. Sure.
Hey, Clay,
Yeah?
conversation for adults.
Ginko will
Okay,
kind of
is
just
there-
look to you. It's like, oh, fine. She'll just like,
Well, I mean, like, is it like really bad or something? Okay, actually, let me ask from my perspective. Is it something I would be interested in?
Yes.
Really, though?
Really? I don't know. I'm just saying it.
Is it something to do with hunting?
Probably.
Well, look, if you're not coming, then I'm not telling.
Okay, well, Ginkgo, we can go trade. I will teach you the ways of being strong.
I think I need you, Kev.
Okay, never mind.
Ginko's just gonna kind of like
Next.
No.
point, just stand there and point to you. Geth like, Geth, play well with others.
I'm not playing.
I mean,
Anyway,
Get along with
fucking-
others.
I am. Anyway, I guess we'll go there. We shall
gonna-
postpone the training to later.
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna bomb 5 silver coins and hand it to Ginkgo.
Ginko will just kind of look to her palm. As you kind of give her the coins, like her eyes will just kind of widen, like, she'll just kind of run up and hug your legs, like, thank you. She'll kind of then run off to the bar and just you hear her just ordering food.
And that's how she got diabetes. The end.
Oh my god.
You don't hear her ordering, like, they don't sell candy here, but you hear like she's just ordering like a lunch, a good lunch.
I guess I'll go. I'll take the gold bag with us, but yeah, I'll go too then.
Okay. Amari will accompany you guys shortly after, 2 drinks in hand. A smaller, kind of like normal hand-sized glass, and then a bigger one. And she'll hand you get the bigger glass.
Yep.
Figured you need a bigger one to fit your hand.
Not really, but this
Nothing.
is a nice gesture.
Nothing for me?
She'll just
Didn't
kind of
really ask for anything.
she'll take a sip from the glass, like finish like half her glass before handing you the rest. Sure.
Oh. Well, I will gladly drink from your cup.
Okay, enough of this. What happened?
Why do you have to make everything weird?
Amari will just
Wanna do the honors, or should I?
she'll just kind of sigh as she's kind of like getting like the paperwork and stuff spread out. You go ahead. I need to get this organized.
So, first things first, we found a rather large chamber with a lot of tanks, and it seems that that's their laboratory. We've also discovered that their secret ingredient might be something very local, which is
For what?
what?
A secret ingredient for what?
Oh,
Exactly.
secret ingredient for turning the werebeasts, the people into werebeasts, might be
Hey.
kitsune people.
No.
All right. So they, if I'm understanding this correctly, they have a formula for making these creatures. Then.
Oh yes, I actually discovered I actually found the formula, and she takes out the diary and slides it over.
Okay. That is disturbing.
Must
Very
be used to
disturbing.
help the people that already, can it be used to cure the people that are already affected by it?
If we could find a way to backwards engineer it, sure.
Well, that's why
We'd have
we
to-
have the recipe.
I mean,
There's more. There is also a very interesting recipe for slave rings, it seems, which are something that one of the people was wearing, if you remember, the steward who showed us to the warehouse.
Yes, I remember I
I
saw symbols
can't
on it.
forget that. Yeah.
Oh, I took care of that.
Inside check.
How did you take care of it?
I got the mold.
Okay, so you had a mold. How did you not take care? Did you not free the steward?
I didn't free the steward. I did not have access to the steward, and I am not sure I can do that. But, however, I have made sure that he cannot craft more of them for now, unless he invents the wheel. I'm sure that he can reinvent the wheel
Guys,
quite easily, but at least for
I'll
several
be back.
days he...
Hmm?
What is it?
What'd you say, Mayor?
15 minutes, just 15 minutes, and I'll be back.
Okay.
No.
You could just type that in chat. Okay.
Did you destroy the notes, or...
No, the notes are in my hand. Are actually on the table now.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean the notes for the slavery bracelets.
That's in the
That's what she's
diary I
talking
just
about.
lit across the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, that part's gotta
means it-
go. Mm-hmm.
It means that he would have to recreate it from memory. I would... yeah, okay.
so
We're not
I-
learning how to... No.
I mean,
Oh, of
I
course
don't want
not.
to learn how. I don't want to make this concoction ever, but I feel like we should figure out how it's made so that we could
So we can unmake it.
possibly- Yeah, exactly.
Amari will kind of nod. Yes, sometimes knowing how to break something is knowing how it's made. So,
I mean,
she'll kind of flip
Well,
open
if
the
you-
journal book.
Well, I'm sure that you can possibly study it and find how to dispel this insidious magic.
yes, that's my intent. I mean, I'm not a learned arcane practitioner, but what I do know I could put to use.
My goodness, I believe in you. You're the source of the magic.
Right.
You're
Okay
the
then.
amazing Sapphire. You should never put yourself down. You can do it. Just put your mind to it. Again, trying to be cheerleader.
I know you are.
Down.
I understand what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do. Don't worry, I'm not putting you down for it.
Amarius,
In character, she's just okay.
Amarius is kind of looking at this. Is like, well, now that that little friendly love fest is over, should we? She kind of will gesture to the half-elven man. What should we do about him?
What even is he?
Is-
I mean, what do you want to do with whoever you're talking about?
This. She would kind of like look to the man. You're safe here. Now, no one here will hurt you. I promise you that. The man will kind of look from Amari to you, Akio.
Akio nods.
He'll nod. And as he kind of will wave his hand from, like, from his chin upward to the top of his head, you watch as his face changes and his body changes from that of it's kind of a skinny half-elven man to a kitsune man.
So what is he, like a fox werewolf or something? I don't get it.
He just kind of looks very curiously at Geth. No, I'm not a... What's a werewolf?
Oh boy, here we go again.
No. This-
Something that you've helped to create.
Okay. No, this is how I normally look. This is how I was born.
Oh, so
Right.
he's the source of those things, yeah?
He's a perversion of it, yes.
Okay, so what are your weaknesses?
What, pervert? Who are you calling perversion?
Never mind that. What are your weaknesses?
no,
What are
no,
you
no,
weak to? Like, what's the... If somebody tried to kill you, what would be the easiest way?
Gav,
What?
let the man
What?
talk.
What we're saying is that creatures that we've encountered are based off your makeup of what you are. So they're a
I'm
perverse version of you.
a kitsune. I am... Well, not supposed to be showing myself to any of you, but circumstances being what they be, I'm kind of in deep trouble here.
Don't worry, I know of a place you can go to where it's a safe haven for you. Or could be.
Oh, he just kind of looks to you and gives you a very knowing look and nod. Thank you. I I appreciate you getting me out of there, freeing me from that madman's experiments. I don't know what he used me to create, but I'm deeply sorry that my natural makeup has been used in any way to make something. Well, is it harmful? Is it dangerous?
That's why I
I'm
was
gonna
asking.
explain the. I'm gonna explain the essence of what the were creatures were.
He just kind of looks at you in horror. That's terrible.
Well, that's why the question was there.
Uh,
If we know how to get rid of you, we also know how to get rid of those things.
I
Our mouse druid friend actually thinks that she can perhaps reverse this thing, and maybe she might appreciate your help in this.
I don't know how I can help, but if there's some way I can, I'd be happy to. It's the least I can do to repay you for freeing me. But as for your odd question, I mean, what could kill you? Blades, arrows, poison?
Most of those things. Well, it would be harder, but most efficient way would probably be some kind of fucked up magic.
Oh, well, I'm pretty much just he's just susceptible to most things, like most living creatures are.
Hmm.
Though
So no special treatments.
no, though magic I'm fairly good at subverting, at least for myself.
Are you maybe like resistant to something?
No, not particularly.
Hmm.
Not that I know of, but
It doesn't make really much sense how he was able to actually do it from your makeup.
And people wonder why I don't hunt humanoids. These are just like the most boring things ever.
well, I'm sorry, I'm boring. At least for
Are
hunting.
you? Who would hunt you? Like, you just like I don't know,
Well,
just
many.
the humanoid version of a fox. I mean, what's the point of hunting you?
Well, tell that to the humans that have hunted my kind for centuries.
No, that's a question right there. Why would they do that?
For he's just gonna kind of like turn and a bit and just kind of wag his three tails. For these,
What? Well, why don't they just hunt three foxes then?
we're not normal foxes. You. He's just kind of look at you. What are you?
Goliath.
What's a Goliath?
Okay, how the fuck did the random ass guard know what's a Goliath and some fucking magical ass fox suddenly doesn't?
That's a good question.
Probably because that Goliath is not from here. Ha ha. Or the guard is
Well,
not
it's
from here,
just
so
jokes on you. Turns out there are some here.
He's from a race that
Actually-
lives.
that was that character.
Actually, Goliath exists in this
See
In
what she
Hyrule.
said.
He's from a race that mostly resides in high mountains. You possibly
Half
never.
giants.
Oh.
Yes, you probably never been to mountains, so you haven't really heard much of his race before.
No, I actually, yeah, no, that would explain it. I've never gone near the mountains. It's
There you go.
I travel a lot.
Yes,
Anyway.
she's well traveled, and yes,
oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, but no.
you're fine.
But to answer your question, why they would hunt us and not foxes is because, well, while we look like foxes in certain aspects, we are not. We are known as kitsunes. We are highly magical beings by nature. And so the
Yeah, but
humans wanted to harvest our tails to extract the potent magic that they think is inside us. They think it
Does it
resides in our
actually
tails.
work?
In a sense, it
I'm sorry.
does.
Huh.
Didn't you mention that your magic is mostly beguiling?
It can be, yes. At least for
So you say,
those of us that are just one-tailed.
oh, I
Okay.
see. So, what do the free tail do?
He'll kind of sigh a bit as he'll kind of go over and you watch as he kind of begins kind of drawing a circle, kind of complex circles and runes on the ground. For he kind of cuts the palm of his hand a bit with one of his claws and places it on the circle. As his eyes begin to glow, you see his tails begin to kind of bristle and stand on end, for they begin emitting light. And as he casts a spell, you see then appear from the circle is a creature he summoned. The creature is kind of looks like a tiger, but you see its whiskers are very long and kind of wave a bit, and you almost swear you can see like electricity crackling along its back.
You're a summoner.
That is the type of magic I specialize in, yes.
Mhm.
My people, the longer we live, or the more we practice our magic, sometimes we will inherit or grow an extra tail. Among our people, our tales are a sign of our power. The more we have, the stronger we are, and the more that we can do and unlock. And as we do grow, some of us can specialize in certain types of magic, focusing our innate power into something specific. I chose the summoning of creatures from different planes. I
That's amazing.
it is. Thank you. Yes, I think it's amazing. He'll just kind of
Eh,
pet the tiger. They are the creatures that I can enable to pull into our plane of existence, at least for a short time.
So it's
Anyway,
not
to
an
finish off,
actual thing.
this already too long a briefing, essentially there are still people imprisoned, possibly turned, at least 5, and our lovely Amari has volunteered her services to get them out tonight, possibly. In the meanwhile, we suspect that the elf will return in 3 days, back, possibly with another kitsune. And I think it would be a good idea to wait for him there and uh, give him a bit of an unpleasant welcome, the kind of welcome that Gav specializes in. Wow, that's a wrong hard word to say. Specialize.
Amari will nod. Say, yes. Hopefully, me and my men can, now that we know what we're going into and how to get in, and the traps have been disabled, we can free the 4 of the people down there in that crazy pit of hell lab that it is, and get them out.
Oh, and to, you know, round it off, he smells like Ryu.
Okay.
I was like, you what?
Ryu.
No, I
He
know. What do
smells
you mean?
like Ryu.
What does that mean?
Who does?
The elven man.
Okay.
What do you mean smells like him?
Well, it means he
Well-
smells like it. What the
Oh,
fuck? What?
Hey, Akira, do you still have the herbs and flowers that you pilfered from the robes? From the clothing?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Is that what I smelled? The herbs?
Well, you can check it out.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Okay.
I mean, do they use the same shampoos? What? It's confusing.
As you kind of sniff it and stuff, the herbs and flowers don't smell like what you smelled. They smell different.
Okay. Okay, never mind. I smelled his clothes when I was there.
His musk.
Not gonna question it. Go
I
on.
didn't show her in the weeks, that sick fuck.
I mean, you don't have to judge. I was just curious what his style was like. Maybe we could hit it off. Anyway, he has a very strange style. I think he might be an Outlander. And I'm gonna describe the style of the clothes.
Okay.
They were very elegant. They from the way she's described them, they don't sound like something that you'd find here. Even from the description, it doesn't sound like anything you'd find back home, Clay.
Okay.
But they do sound like very fancy. Mention that they have a lot of floral patterns and designs on them.
What
Some-
patterns in those lines?
Some even look like they had like patterns of like butterflies, butterfly wings.
Look, I've traveled quite a bit of the continent, you know. I've traveled a bit of a Hyrule, and I don't think I've seen that style yet.
Right, it doesn't sound familiar to me either. If it does give off, I believe the same scent as Ryu, we can ask him, see if that jogs any of his memories.
You just look at Ryu, who's just drooling dial tone sound coming out of his mouth.
Okay, he's had a long day apparently. We'll ask him in the morning or later when he returns from whatever this is.
You see just flashing across his eyes, 404 error.
Oh no, he's having another memory lapse. Okay. We'll get to him when we get to him, I guess.
Then he stops.
Why did he have to do a freaking all-nighter again?
I know. Then Ryu snaps out of it and goes, Pinka, 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 Ryu!
Oh, fuck me.
Oh crap! He
As,
got into the tea again. Okay.
as Akio throws a ball at him and he disappears into the ball with a flash of light.
Oh my god.
The ball wiggles side to side, ding!
Oh goodness gracious almighty.
Akio caught wild Ryu.
Don't mind me. I look. Can we just grab our gear and go on a hunt somewhere? Cause
Did someone say home?
grab my dual blades.
Yeah, sister, let's go. As soon
Grab
he's
some
like,
dual.
if I can get out of this conversation, fuck yeah.
Alright.
Grab my dual blades. Go on a hunt. Meet some
Okay, so-
Dongo.
Okay, so what's the plan then? You said
That one.
so. Lord Ming is trying to do something, and there's a strange person that smells like Ryu, and we have a way to probably, hopefully, help the people that have been afflicted by it. Where do we go from here? We can't just, let the Lord continue on with what he's doing.
Oh well,
I
if you're not gonna help, I'm definitely asking here. I mean, the druid and Amari. I mean, Ziana and Amari, and their posse to help me kill him. I mean, kill the elf, and then discredit the Lord.
I mean, I'm not opposed to killing the elf if he really is experimenting on people and enslaving them. I'm not opposed to that.
same.
The Lord
Not opposed
has
to
to be
that.
discredited, his reputation taken, his family stripped, his honor taken.
Listen,
Not just killing him.
Amari will just
He
kind of
deserves
pat you on the
much
shoulder.
more and much worse fate.
Don't worry. Me and my men can handle that. We
Yeah,
kn-
it doesn't really. That sounds like a big bother, to be quite honest.
We have the means and connections to get, and she'll kind of pat the paperwork, this into the hands of someone that can, well, take Lord Ming out of power. Now, whether or not that he dies is up for discussion. I don't care whether or not he lives or dies. I'd actually be very happy if scum like him no longer walked our land, but I would leave that up to you to decide.
right. I don't really care much for this whole honor thing. If you wish to get rid of him in power, so be it. I just want to get rid of the elf.
Very well. Well, I will leave this elf then to you, as you will have a few days. It sounds like, from what we overheard, that before he arrives, that gives you time to plan. And that means
If you
that
decide to,
we can figure out where he will be coming in from.
do this thing, I will gladly cheer you on. If not, I'll do it alone. I don't care.
Amari will kind of look to you like, well, which thing are you referring to?
Oh, I'm talking to the elven
Okay.
man.
Oh,
I trust you that you will definitely discredit Lord Ming.
that we can do. My people have our connections for that, which I doubt you all have. So we can get. And she will kind of look at this. This, well, she'll kind of sift through the papers and start pulling out a few. These right here should be enough to, well, see that his multi-generational time of ruling is come to an end.
Oh, I'm sure even I could do something to make his stay unpleasant for Mr. Minch.
Very well. I will take these.
By the way,
Yes.
what is she taking, by the way?
Just some of the like back and forth like signed documents from Lord Ming.
Okay.
To
Okay, cool.
to the elven man. With these here, signed by him, we should be, and return paperwork, even though they were, well, crumpled up and discarded, they mention Lord Ming by name, so this is pretty damning evidence. But whoever this elven man is, I suggest you be careful. I don't know why, but something about that lab of his, and he just kind of look like flipping over his journal. The way he writes and discusses things, even though I can't make out half of what is written here. I don't know what language this is. He sounds very dangerous. So, take this time you have to prepare. Use Lord Ming's money that he paid you, and see what you can procure. I wish you all a good day, and she'll kind of look over to the Kitsune man. And you, I will help get out of this city. Whenever you're ready.
I think that he first has a date with a lovely druid.
As you kind of say that, you guys see a mouse kind of crawl down from Akio's shoulder, and just kind of onto the table as it changes back into Ziana. She's just kind of sitting there on the table now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry, I kind of fell asleep on her shoulder there. She's very
Took you long
comfy.
enough.
Sorry, you're very comfy. I heard my name and it kind of snapped me out of it. So what's going on?
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
Seriously.
Ziana, do you think you'd be able to, with Arayashi's help, figure out a way to possibly cure the infected?
And she kind of will look over at the Kitsune man. Well, now that I know what's, or at least part of what this affliction is derived from, with his help a bit, I might be able to find a way to magically undo it.
Okay.
Though, I'm not going to make any promises, so...
It's better than them being stuck forever, you know? At least this way they have a chance.
True. She'll kind of walk over to the Kitsune man and say, and pat him on the shoulder. Well, you want to come meet your, I don't know what to call him, your magical offspring? He kind of just like wide-eyed looks at her.
Congratulations, you're a father.
I'm not ready before. He just kind of looks very
Before
shocked
she-
by this.
I'm gonna take one of her hands into my hand, you know, and go all theatrical and... Milady! The mage of the wild. I am so sorry, and I hope that you will find a cure. But please, don't hurt this beautiful man.
She just kind of looks at you, looks at her hand cupped in yours, like, okay. I wasn't planning to. I would never hurt him. Why would you think I would hurt him? Like,
Druid's
I am
quite
so
greedy.
relieved to hear that.
It's being overdramatic.
These kind of people, they're a rare breed. They're
Mhm.
someone to be treasured. And she squeezes really hard.
she
I
kind of
mean, no, if we ever think of the information, what if you cut his tails off? Turns out you get some magic. So Oh wait, could you regrow the tails? You know, because you're magic and shit.
The man will look to you and shake his head. No, we can't regrow them.
Have you tried?
Uh, no, but the countless number of my people dead after being hunted that way, not surviving.
Well, well, you see, that's because they killed him. But like, if we kind of like, I'll take this axe. He kind of like takes the axe, and we kind of like chop one off and see if it comes back like a lizard. You know, hey.
He just kind of cups his hands to his butt, this whole pinning down his tails. Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Oh well.
From what I know of our people's history and lore, the loss of our tails equal to death. Our tails are a sign of our long life and longevity.
I heard people sound like a bunch of pussies.
You are very rude. Are all your kind like this?
Yeah, most of us. Well, if you have to survive, falling off of a cliff as a child and hunting your siblings, trying to survive the harsh winters, you don't tend to, grow up very tender.
He just kind of waves. I suggest you silence.
How?
I need you to make me a charisma saving throw, please.
Are you sure you want to do this? just before I roll, Cars, do you want to do this?
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
jeez.
Geth, as you kind of going on and on, your mouth is moving and stuff, but you can kind of hear the words in your head, but no one else can hear you speaking.
Right. Not to interrupt this. Oh no, definitely to interrupt this. Right. Okay. Look. Once you and Ziana try to figure out a way out of here, do you know where to go for the haven?
Yes, I believe I do.
Okay. Just make your way there. Try to stay out of trouble, if all possible. Just please be careful. There's a madman we're hopefully going to get rid of. I don't want you to get hurt anymore because you generally seem like a good person.
Thank you. I'll do my best. I need to warn my people. I don't know how that man was able to find me and or able to tell what I was. Usually our disguises are foolproof. They're not like other magical disguises that can be seen through. Ours are like essentially a full body transformation.
Maybe he has. Maybe somehow one of your people told him something, or he sadly might have experimented on another poor Kitsune. I don't mean to sound so grim, but from what I understand of your people, this is not anything new to them.
No, it's not. No, the gentleman will kind of look over to Geth, who he's just gonna kind of like raise a brow, and Geth, you can like all of a sudden start. All you can all of a sudden hear Geth start talking again.
Well, he wasn't talking anymore. At this point, he's just kind of like almost like fucking piercing that dude with his eyes. Actually, you know what?
I just got to be funny.
I'll try to intimidate him. Although it's I have proficiency in it, but it's still charisma.
Oh
Though.
my goodness gracious!
Okay, I'll roll force and then I'll see if I need to say anything.
Okay. The man's kind of looking at you like, just kind of taken aback a little bit, but just kind of like looking you up and down, like giving you like a side-eyed look, just like, what the fuck is up with this guy?
It's okay before this gets bloody. All right, Ziana, have fun trying to figure this out. How long are you gonna be staying here anyway?
Well, as my ship back home is busted and dashed upon the shore, I don't know. I've been working on a spell to let me travel back. Hopefully,
You can do that.
well, eventually, once I build up my strength. It's a
Are
bit
you
of a.
going to join for a fight?
Well, if he wants me to, I'm always down to tussle.
Then do.
All
Didn't you
right.
just say you don't like hunting and stuff?
Oh no, I don't like hunting animals. No. Once you've become an animal and walked around as them for a while, hunting them just doesn't feel right.
I mean, it does have a thrill, though.
Now if you're the one being hunted,
That's a rare occurrence.
well, that's how animals feel when you hunt them.
Good.
It's not great. It's not a great feeling.
I can agree.
So
Right.
basically, running for your life, knowing that you might die if you mess up. Yeah, it's not great.
The drill.
Well,
Okay.
if you want. Well, okay, no, never mind. I'm not gonna flirt again.
So, what? She will just kind of come over and pat the Kitsune on the shoulder. All right, dress yourself up, man. She'll kind of like take the cloak from the gentleman and hand it back to you. Akio, she will pull out from her bag. Looks like a kind of spare set of clothing. Always got some of these on hand in case of one of the others wolf out or something and tear their clothing. This might be a little bit big on you, sir, because you're kind of scrawny. Definitely have to get some food in you when we get there. But this should cover you until we get there. So she kind of will wave her hand in front of her face. Do that thing you do, and we'll get on out of here. The gentleman will
Be
start.
careful out there.
The Kitsune will nod as he kind of disguises himself again and gets dressed.
Yeah, if you need anything, don't be afraid to call us, okay?
Will do.
You
And
can call.
well, I could send an animal messenger.
Yes.
Ooh.
But
Yeah. So, not sure if you can do that back though.
right, I'm gonna have to figure out how to way for us to keep in contact from long distances now.
I don't think I'm a druid. Looks at his hands.
Well,
hmm
we could always get a set of sending stones.
Sending
Sending what?
stones.
That'd
Stones
be
that-
useful.
But you know what those are?
I'm familiar with different magic abilities, yes.
I'm sorry. What,
This is
Jen?
this is more towards Clay.
Familiar with different magical items.
I've heard stories of magic items that let you talk to people from long distances. Yes. There was
I get it. I guess we're too outlandish for these fancy things, huh? And I just kind of like elbow fucking what's it called? Elbow poke like the druid.
Nudge.
There you go, elbow nudge. Maybe a bit too hard, but that wasn't the intention.
All right.
There is always this thing that you can do when you want to talk with someone over long distance. It's called rope of bellowing.
What?
Oh, for billowing.
That sounds even
And you
stupider
can bellow
than
really
the
loud.
soldiers.
Oh, bellowing.
Marshmallowing.
I'm making fun of Cars because he misunderstood me once and he made a rope of bellowing,
Yeah.
not billowing.
Oh, right. Yes, because English. Yes. Anyway, so as you guys gonna have the
Aren't you
discussion.
American?
Yeah. Well, accents are sometimes hard to understand.
Oh yeah, well, fuck you too, I guess.
Yeah. Also for I don't know.
Don't see you talking to the fucking Latin, you little bitch.
Arashi, if we can find a magic shop, do you think you'll be able to know which one is this Stones of Sending?
Yeah, they shouldn't be too hard to pick out.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Okay, well, if you wanted to go hunt, maybe we could take the little small child with us, and then I could teach you all how to hunt really well.
He really wants to hunt.
I
I
do
really
in
want
like
to
2
hunt.
days,
Yeah.
please.
It's all. It's been one day. You hunted and killed a wolf.
It's
You
been
watched the
that
hunt
doesn't really
more.
count though. That was a wolf. You can like fucking go in the backyard and find a wolf. I want an actual hunt.
He wants to fight an ox who challenges him back.
Well, no, I
apparently.
have two apprentices with me this time, so I have to do something small, maybe like a deer or something. But still,
Guess just singing that old song. It says, "It's been 4 weeks since I hunted me." Sorry.
it's been a millennia, goddammit.
All right.
But
So, but by the way, along with like the notes and books, like the journal and notes that were left behind by Amari, you see that she also left on the table there this very intricate looking glove.
I'm
Yes,
gonna
you
swipe it.
forgot your glove. Oh, nope, never mind.
okay, I was gonna say, what's that?
What's what?
Uh, Really?
No, keep
Uh,
going. Oh no, what did she take? We did not see her at all. Oh, guess it's gone. Oh,
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Clay,
Yes.
would you please come to my room?
come.
Okay, but this better not be a weird flirtatious thing.
Better not be a sex thing.
I'm not. She's not flirting. That was a normal ask, actually.
I know. He's saying in character,
He's
but once he
warning.
knows that she's being serious, he's like, okay, you got it.
But it better not be flirty.
I better not be
Yeesh.
flirting, young man.
Clay's like the grandma of the fucking party, like, no, you better don't be flirting with them kids around there.
Yes, and then his eye, he's done old, so now he thinks everyone's a man when they're actually not. It's like,
Oh no.
he has bad eyesight now.
Hey
As we
there,
as
Sonny.
we get to the room and I close it down, I mean Akira will close it. She's gonna say just, I swiped something from the place and wanted a bit of privacy and maybe someone to watch my back while I check on it.
Alright.
Nothing
now-
sexual, okay?
I know. I was going. No, look, just sure. What exactly did you take?
I mean,
Just-
if you are still if you are interested in that way, we can talk about it. But you've already decided you don't want to do that before.
Oh my! I'm leaving.
Don't, please.
You
There's a
make it
headband
really hard to
and a
talk
glove.
to you. A headband and a glove. Okay, that's
I'm
a
gonna
weird
cast.
assortment of items.
Well, as you walk around, you sometimes pick up on things.
Yeah.
Or steal them, same thing.
Plus, I got these cool goggles.
Still has the goggles.
Well, Amari didn't ask for him back.
Oh, that makes
Mhm.
sense.
So,
Okay. I'm gonna ritual cast.
all right. So you take 22 minutes.
2 minutes, yes.
To identify the two items. Which one are you doing
Like-
first?
Play gets the magazine while he's waiting.
Okay.
Let's go with the glove.
All right. So you identify the glove. As you ritual cast, how does your ritual look for your ritual casting? Is there anything specific you do, or like do you just strum on your instrument or something, or?
Oh, in this case, because it's with my touch of silk, I'm gonna pull out my glove, put it on my hand, and then start thrumming a bit of a song with it,
Okay.
murmuring a bit of a song. But yeah, essentially that.
Okay.
And then touch it at the end and just, let it glow.
All right. So as you,
The pearl on the other side of the hand, not
Yeah.
in the palm, but on the other side.
yeah, as you finish your ritual and your identification glove that you use for your focus on this for this spell glows with the pearl in the back of the hand glowing. You gain information on this unique leather glove, from which from what you glean from it, it is known as the alchemist's touch. Um, it's an attunement acquired magical item, and it has 6 charges in it. It gains 1d6 plus 1 charges at the beginning of a day, at so dawn of a new day, um, and it can do an assortment of things that consume a different number of charges. It can change a 5 foot square of a solid material into a uh, different solid matter, uh, limited to metal, wood, and stone. So you can change metal into wood or stone, or vice versa, wood into metal. You can also change a small container of liquid into something else, such as water into alcohol, uh, or acid, or vice versa. You can change acid into water or alcohol. Um, if you are proficient, though, with alchemist tools and the arcana skill, you can make more complex liquids and even and larger amounts. So
Do you have actually a sheet of some sort we can,
yes,
pop in?
I don't have one written up here yet. I wrote this up last night,
Okay,
so I just have it written down in my notes. But I'll make a foundry item sheet thing for it later. Okay?
thank you very much.
Yes, I knew because I knew you were gonna ask that. I know you. But anyway, you also note that by expending a larger amount of charges, basically, if you let's see, I put down here, if you expend 4 of the 6 charges it has, it'll grant you 1 possible casting of polymorph.
Wow.
hmm Which the DC to resist is a 15. That's what the glove does.
Mm-hmm.
And so you do the headband next?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, as you identify the headband, you find out this is called the Nature's Wisdom. It's another attunement required item, but when attuned to this, the wearer's wisdom score becomes a 19 and cannot be changed. While attuned to it, the wearer also becomes proficient in the nature and survival skill checks. If you have those skills proficiencies already, you become an expert in them. These skill checks, though, this will only affect nature and skill checks that pertain to plants and animals.
Wow.
Such as finding herbs or trying to find specific animals or something in an area. So you have to kind of know what you're tracking
Mm-hmm.
or looking for. That's what that does.
So I'm gonna share that with Mr. Clay and say, whom do you think it would serve best, Mr. Leader?
Well, if I'm honest, the nature thing sounds like it would fit someone who's more in touch with nature, like a ranger or druid, or maybe even Geth if you wanted, but I don't think you would want magical help. The alchemy sounds like he'd probably be perfect for Arashi since she's interested in the arcane. But
I think the
that's
headband could help me.
You're interested in nature as well.
Well, I've talked to animals countless of times.
Hmm. Well, if you want it, I won't stop you. Besides, me and the Miro are more religious types. Ryu's more into apparently not bathing in a sword. So I don't know what Ryu's into besides honor and not bathing, apparently.
Honor.
Well, if you
Oh,
think that it would help you or Namiro better, that's definitely something we could give you guys.
To be honest, I'm fine. I really do think that love could probably go to Arashi. She is interested in the arcane. If you're right that it does make things into other things, maybe she can make something out of it. If you want to keep the headband, I say go for it. You are well traveled. You do have your own set of skills, so go for it.
I'm your cheerleader.
You say that like every time.
But is
But you
it
are well
wrong?
traveled. No,
Is
it's
it
not.
is it false? Am I lying to you? Am I not there for you to actually help you?
I'm not I'm not putting into question you being a cheerleader. I was going to say you are well traveled and you do have a better understanding of this land than most of us do. So again, if you think that the headband will be of use to you, go for it. We can make the most out
Don't
of it.
sell yourself short. You have your own specialities, and if you think it will power you up, then it's a very worthwhile argument. After
It-
all, you are our one and only Clay.
It's not that I don't think I could make use of it. It's more that when it comes to things, I'm more good at finding, injustice, not actually tracking somebody down. Things like that. We could maybe talk to the group, see about that. How does that sound?
Oh, sure. One thing that worries me.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Arashi will not destroy this nice, intricate design of this glove with her claw.
If it's magic, it'll probably change to fit her claw. That's how
Fair
magic works,
enough.
doesn't it? I mean, it'd be kind of silly to me that a magic item wouldn't change to fit their wielder.
If it has been made with love, I'm sure it is.
Hmm.
It's made with evil.
Damn straight it is.
Thank you,
So-
random voice in the sky.
So instead of adjusting to fit the user nicely, it like cuts off your circulation. So it's like super squeezes your hand and arm,
Oh my gosh.
and it cackles while doing it. Going,
Oh goodness gracious.
I'll get you, my pretty.
Alright.
I love the name. Alchemist Touch.
So
Okay.
um, so with that, is there anything guys you wanted to do for closing stuff? Because we'll be wrapping this up soon.
Uh, Probably. I got nothing besides maybe giving the glove to Arashi. That's about it.
glorious hunting trip.
Okay.
And find that the door has been locked.
Okay.
Dear, whatever do I do?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's been locked from the outside. Oh no!
no.
Oh. How adorable.
Yeah, you just hear the cackling, laughing of a little goblin girl. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no, that didn't go.
No, okay.
It's become
Look at
evil.
the child. Come, we must go to the adventure.
Yes. So,
Just fucking swoops her up. Off we go. Where are we going? I don't know, but we're going.
to adventure!
Adventure.
Yeah. All right. So you guys,
Brutally murder animals. Let's go.
you guys come back down after identifying the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to inform the others of what you found, or
I would if Akio doesn't have any like any
Objection?
objections. Yeah, objections to it.
Okay.
Nope, not
Eh,
objecting.
Okay, if you did, I wouldn't not say anything. But alrighty.
Not objecting.
Okay.
Okay. Play will tell. Well, Play will inform the group what we found out about the items and mention that he believes that maybe Arashi can make the most out of the glove.
Well, good for her.
All right.
You said
Thank
you have an
you.
interest in the arcane. Maybe this will be able to help you with your research. And besides, it apparently can turn things into other things, so why not?
You didn't have to write all that
Uh,
down. Oh,
Well,
sorry. Go. Sorry, Jen.
this is what we do.
This is how we do it.
I know it's not complete. I know it's not complete. This is just, something I actually remembered to write.
Mhm.
As for the headband, it sounds like it's useful for someone who's very nature heavy. Hakio said she would probably want to use it. I agree that if she can make the most out of it, why not? However, if
Out of
anyone else
character,
wants it,
out of character, I think either Namiro or you would get the most of use out of it because it says wisdom to 19.
Clay's charisma.
yeah, I'm a paladin, not a
No,
Thingy.
cleric.
Oh, okay.
Then,
Namiro then, unless he has already wisdom high.
I think
think
he already
so.
has wisdom high. I'll double because he's gone. He's gone. He's dead. Oh no.
Said no.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no, he
yeah.
died.
He won't benefit. His wisdom's at 19 already.
I don't know how Ryu's abilities work. I didn't study it that much.
He might, if I remember correctly, he might benefit from it because I think his armor works the same as a monk's.
So, okay, so Ryu maybe, but if not, I would definitely take it because, proficiencies. I like proficiencies.
Could you imagine?
We all like proficiencies.
I want to see what happens when when Geth gets it and gets super wise.
Okay, why not? Let's give it to Kev.
Because Geth, what's your wisdom at?
10.
Yeah. Okay.
He just gains 9 points of, or 9 points of wisdom.
I know all. I am the cleric now.
Look, my wisdom's at an 11. So
Oh,
I mean, I'm not much
oh, you both.
wiser than Gav. So
Ooh, you both would just be like,
you remember
"Arr."
we rolled shit for.
I didn't roll. No,
Stat.
I specifically said, fuck all other stats. Strength is my thing.
He point buyed into strength. And
That's why I
gave
I
himself
mean,
12
Jeff
dex
would
and
want
16 con. Oh,
I mean, I
I
have
said, fuck other stats. I'm big boy.
Dex, Con, and Charisma are my big stats. I mean, Charisma being my biggest at this point.
so it's
Nonetheless.
it's up to you guys. You can let Rayon
Need
know
a headband.
about it, because oh, and yeah, it's his he gains armor based on his strength and wisdom mod. And his wisdom's currently at 16.
But Rayon has said that Ryu's character is very he's okay with having the bare minimum, so I don't know. We'll have to ask him though. See what he says as well.
Yeah. So
Also, he doesn't take showers. That's the thing.
it's because he has natural floral aroma.
Yeah, okay, that's what it's called.
Okay, it's his
That's
musk, man. It's his
exactly-
musk. And Akio
Exactly
loves it.
what it's called.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
yes.
All right, so
Metagaming much?
Joke.
well, if that's all, we can go into what you guys will be doing in the 3-day downtime you have, next week, or if you guys want to discuss that, in Discord before to kind of pre-plan stuff, that'd be great. So that way we don't have to waste
think
as much time figuring it out.
I think we will do that, but yes, also Ryu and Namiro are gone.
Yeah.
I'm also gone.
Oh yes. So but, yeah. Thank you for sticking around as long as you did. I know it was late for you. I was trying to wrap this up as quickly
I
as
took
possible.
a nap for this.
Good job. Good job. But yeah. I guess we'll end it there then. Good job, guys.
See you later, nerds.
Yep. See you later. I hope you all enjoyed. Hope you had
Nerd.
fun. I know
Yeah,
it's-
you fucking heard me.
we're all
We all fucking
we're-
play D&D, and of course we're fucking.
we're
nerds.
all
Oh,
nerds here. Nerd Nation,
Oh,
rise up!
I don't know
Woo!
who you're calling a nerd, but I think you have the wrong
You.
idea about me.
You have a
okay,
laptop.
gotcha.
Play games
Yeah.
on it. Play D&D. You're a
I
nerd.
bet you're not gonna crack
I
the 90s
play
in
Mo-
Fortnite.
I also have a Nintendo Switch that I play Monster Hunter on, so
Nerd.
I bet you play like fucking longsword or some bullshit. Fucking casual.
no dual blades. Dual
That's
blades.
even. Oh my god. don't-
Swax for the win. Swax for the win.
You're a Demon Blade user.
Talk to me when you
Yes,
pick up
I
a weapon.
You guys, wait! You all know Monster Hunter. Great, this is awesome.
Dude, I fucking played. I have Rise on Steam. I've been playing it.
You
It's
have
pretty good.
you have Rise. I play Rise on Switch.
I've
Because
only
Switch is for casuals.
I've only
I played
played
through whole
World.
DLC, and now I'm playing Rise 2.
yeah,
I'm waiting for Sunbreak.
I've only played World
I-
on Xbox. So
Oh
Dude,
well,
World was
I
amazing.
you're a
hate
Monster
Monster
loser.
Hunter.
oh
That's because you never got into it. You fucking downloaded the demo. It's taking too long. Goes away. That's the fucking point of the game.
just uh,
Is this there? Okay, well, I'm going to see you boys.
Light Earth.
Hey, you got PC yet, Fable? Or internet back?
Yeah, my internet back. Yes.
yay!
Cool. Do you think you could write some TLDR for the Namiro and Ryu?
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool.
I
Thank
will
you.
try my best.
All right.
I'm
Well,
saying that because I would like them to actually think about, what we might do.
yes.
I do have ideas, but I don't want to be always the one to give and plan everything for you guys.
I gotcha.
That's understandable. Well,
Okay.
with that,
Doesn't have to be according to Akio.
The world according to Akio.
I wish you all a good night, a good day, wherever you are. If you're in the U.S., I know it's still daytime. Good night for all you overseas people. I hope you guys had fun. I know it was kind of a split up thing though, with some of you doing, talking to Lord Ming and some of you sneaking in. Hopefully it went well enough, considering that.
Hey, I had fun. It's okay for me.
Okay, as long as everyone had fun, at least
Yeah.
at least at some part of this in the session. And
Of course.
I can't guarantee fun throughout the entire thing, but at least if you had some, that's good. Yay, that's a win. I'll take it. All right. Well, I guess I'll catch you guys all next week. Hopefully everyone's
Yeah,
internet's
sure,
fine. Everyone can make it on time. No one's tired. And
And
yeah,
everyone can go to the PC.
We'll see. We'll
yes,
see how next week goes. I don't know. I live week to week, folks.
same. And we also all agree that Jen needs to be her husband and take the PC back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't.
Why not?
Agreed.
Because I don't beat my husband up.
But you're
It's not
American. You're supposed to beat
I'm
your
an
Only
spouse.
for one day.
I will not beat my husband.
Okay.
I'm not that mean.
You're not
Actually,
American
no, it's
then.
not bad. I think he's just downloading too much porn.
No,
Woo!
he actually doesn't.
No, that's all Jen. That's what Jen does on her laptop.
No, that's called hentai.
And it's
There's a
art.
difference. Stop looking at my internet history, folks. Not cool. Stop it.
All right. Well, good
It's all
night,
good.
everyone. See you later.
Later.